you very much. Well, good afternoon, everyone. We are now off of recess and back in session for the Montgomery County Council meeting. And our first item on our agenda, the first items on our agenda are two separate public hearings. The first one is a public hearing on a supplemental appropriation to the county government's FY21 operating budget for the Montgomery County Fire and Rescue Service in the amount of $273,482 for the FY19 assistance to firefighters grant. Action is scheduled immediately following this hearing. Each individual will have 2 minutes to speak. Individuals will be alerted as they approach their 2 minutes and may be disconnected. Also, there may be technical glitches during the public hearing that may need to be addressed by our staff, so thanks in advance for your patience. It is my understanding there are no speakers for this public hearing, so we have now closed this public hearing, and we need a motion.
So moved.
It was moved by Councilmember Rice, seconded by Vice President Hucker. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand, and that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. The next item that we have, item number 7, is a public hearing on a supplemental appropriation to the county government's FY21 operating budget for the Department of Health and Human Services in the amount of $864,029 to increase somatic and mental health services at Montgomery County Public Schools. A joint HHS, Health and Human Services and Education and Cultural Committee work session is tentatively scheduled for Thursday, October 15th. Persons wishing to submit additional material for the council's consideration should do so by the end of business day, October 9th. There are no speakers for this public hearing as well. This public hearing is now closed, and the tentative schedule for this, for the HHS and Education and Culture Committee, Joint Committee, will be on Thursday, October 15th. The next items that we have is for legislative days number 29. And I just wanted to note that there's 4 different items, and my guess is we're going to go longer than a half an hour that's been scheduled for this. So what I'm planning on doing, because these are followed by an interview. The first interview is for Rolando Santiago for Department of Health and Human Services, and then another interview grouping for the Montgomery College Board of Trustees. What I'm going to do is we're going to start the legislative day. We're going to go through it, and once we get to around 2:30, I'm going to go to the interviews and then come back to the legislative days. My logic being, we're going to be here till the end. The people who are being interviewed don't necessarily have to stay for the entire day. So that's what we're going to start doing. The first item that we have is Bill 1420, which is Human Rights and Civil Liberties, Discriminatory Employment Practices, Workplace Harassment. The HHS Committee has recommended enactment, and with that, I'm going to call on the chair of the Health and Human Services Committee to give us some background, please. Councilmember Albornoz, there we go. I knew you were trying. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We had a robust discussion regarding Bill 1420 in committee. This was unanimously supported by my colleagues on the committee. We were joined by Councilmember Juando, the lead sponsor of this particular bill, and we were also joined by Jim Stowe, who has done an outstanding job enacting legislation, landmark legislation that this council has passed regarding human rights and civil liberties and so many other important progressive and social justice issues here in Montgomery County. So I want to begin by acknowledging Jim Stowe and the Office of Human Rights for all that they have done to support so many in our community. I want to defer now to Councilmember Juando, the lead sponsor of this bill, to make some comments, and then we'll turn it over to council staff to walk us through the packet. Councilmember Juando.
Thank you, Chair Albernaz, and thank you for the HHS committee deliberate and quick work on this. I think I was there 2 days in a row on two different bills, and so I enjoyed joining you all. I'm really excited. As I said earlier this morning, it's an auspicious day that we get to confirm and reconfirm some members of the Commission on Women, which is so vitally important. One of the many boards and commissions we have, but one of the most effective and just staunch advocates for the role women play in so many arenas in our life and removing barriers and discrimination so that they can do even more. As is said, I'm in a house full of women with my wife, who's an executive, and 3 daughters, and we added a little boy recently. But I know how important it is to make sure we're lifting up and protecting the rights of all people, but particularly women. Sexual harassment in the workplace and harassment is a pervasive problem. 81% of women and 43% of men have experienced sexual harassment. This is according to a 2018 report from NPR. And so we shouldn't have to wait to do something to make sure that they can have the remedy and that we disincentivize this type of harassment and protect people in the workforce. We know that over the last several years, the Me Too movement has brought this to the forefront. Practices that were seemed to be things that you just had to shrug off or deal with, that women are still dealing with, and men in the workplace. Those are not acceptable and never have been. But we're seeing the laws starting to catch up so that people can have their day in court, and that we can disincentivize and, in the right way, make our workplaces safe and welcoming for everybody. So the goal of this bill, just quickly, is to ensure that we define harassment and sexual harassment, which is not currently defined in our county code, and specifically removing what has developed over time to be a very high bar in our case law of the severe or pervasive standard that you have to meet to prove sexual harassment in the workplace. And I shared before some very extreme cases where that standard was not met. And if I asked anyone today under that circumstance if it should have been, you would have said yes. And so this defines, allows allegations to move forward and be investigated by our Office of Human Rights if a reasonable victim of discrimination would consider the contact to be more than a petty slight, trivial inconvenience, or minor annoyance. So simply put, we're making the workplace more professional, more safe, and more welcoming for everybody. Finally, I'd like to thank the many broad coalition of groups that worked with us and gave us feedback on this bill. I'm just going to name them briefly: the Jewish Coalition Against Domestic Abuse, the Montgomery County Commission for Women, of course, the National Council of Negro Women, the Potomac Valley chapter, Kathy Harris from Cater Parks, Wisner, and Harris, who was very helpful in feedback and personal stories of individuals here in the county and state who have experienced this discrimination. The NAACP Montgomery County chapter, Montgomery Women, the Silver Spring Justice Coalition, the Jews United for Justice, Immigrant Community Services, and Tacoma Park Mobilization, the Women's Democratic Club, the ACLU, Montgomery County, and UJUMA, the National Center on Violence Against Women in the Black Community. So thank you to all of them. Thank you to my bill's co-sponsors, which is the vast majority of the council. And I really appreciate the support, and glad we're going to be one of the very first local jurisdictions to take this step and remove this barrier to workforce place harassment and sexual harassment. And finally, Mr. Jim Stowe, Director Stowe, we put a lot on your plate. Appreciate your support, sir. And we're going to make sure that, especially now in this climate, with all the work we're doing, Councilmember Navarro's racial equity bill and racism as a public health crisis and all the many bills that we put on your plate that you're going to have a hand in working to enforce, we need to get you more help. It's heard loud and clear, but thank you for continuing to support these bills because they're important to protect our community. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember Jawando. And I will note that as we have done in the past, there was a plug put in for the Office of Human Rights, acknowledging we have added a lot to their plate. And while we have been able to add a position, and this council has moved to make sure that the Office of Human Rights has the support that it needs, but the practical reality is they are still below where they were in staffing levels prior to fiscal year 2009. And so we are going to have to look at this closely moving forward. But with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Wellens. I don't see her, but she was the lead staff. Oh, there she is. Ms. Wellens, was there anything that you wanted to highlight within the packet for the entire body? I think you're still on mute.
Oh dear.
We can hear you now.
Oh, you went out.
We could hear you for a minute. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me now?
There you go.
Yes,
there you
there
go.
you go.
Okay, very sorry. Technology is not my forte.
Mhm.
So thank you, Chair Albornoz and council members. Councilmember Jawando explained the ins and outs of the bill thoroughly, the mechanics of the bill, including that it specifically defines and prohibits harassment in the workplace and sexual harassment, which the code does not currently do. And in particular, the bill would move the county away from the severe and pervasive standard under which this is the court-developed standard that is used throughout most of the nation, under which you, in order to prevail in a hostile work environment claim, you would have to show that the harassment was severe or pervasive. So under this bill, that would no longer be the case for a claim brought under the Montgomery County law. You would have to show instead that the harassment was more than a trivial inconvenience, more than a minor annoyance. In terms of I'll just try to briefly highlight a couple of the points that the committee looked at. One was, discussing this movement away from the severe or pervasive standard. Again, that is, what's used in most of the country, although some jurisdictions throughout the country are moving away from it, have introduced legislation to do so. And then in particular, the state of New York and also California have moved away from the standard in favor of this the lower standard that's more protective of workers, similar to what this bill would do. The committee discussed the impetus for this type of legislation, which of course are court cases in which, despite some pretty egregious conduct by employers or coworkers, some courts have just found as a matter of law that no, this isn't severe or pervasive enough, instead of allowing the facts to go to the jury or the judge as the fact finder to determine what harassment is. So I'll stop talking now. If there are any questions, I'm happy to try to address them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wellens. Yep, so the committee voted unanimously and did not provide any additional amendments from the initial introduction of the bill. We appreciated the discussion, and I yield back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Since this was a committee recommendation, this will be a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Mr. Glass.
Yes.
Mr. Glass votes yes. Mr. Jawando.
Yes.
Mr. Jawando votes yes. Mr. Reamer.
Yes.
Mr. Reamer votes yes. Mr. Varro. Mr. Varro votes yes.
Yes.
Mr. Albornoz.
Yes.
Mr. Albornoz votes yes. Mr. Rice.
Yes.
Rice votes yes. Mr. Friedson.
Yes.
Mr. Friedson votes yes. Mr. Hucker.
Yes.
Mr. Hucker votes yes. Mr. Katz.
Yes. So that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. The next bill that we'll be discussing today is Bill 2820, Human Rights and Civil Liberties, Discrimination in Public Accommodations, LGBTQ Bill of Rights. The HHS committee also recommended an enactment with amendments. And with that, I'm going to ask the chair of that committee, Councilmember Albornoz, to please explain that to us.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank our lead sponsor for this bill, who I will turn it over in a second to make some comments as well. But this also was voted, as you said, with amendments in the committee that we will go through in just a minute. But it just recognizes the importance of this legislation in the context. And to give some specific examples within the pandemic, the ability for loved ones to visit their loved ones in nursing homes, for example, or in other settings is not a foregone conclusion for members of the LGBTQ community. And so this bill was timely, and it is particularly important to ensure that we provide adequate and absolutely important rights for all of our county residents. And so with that, I want to turn it over to Councilmember Glass to make some opening comments regarding this very important piece of legislation.
Thank you, Chair Albornoz, and to all of my colleagues. As we just discussed, for Councilmember Jawando's bill, we are here to protect all of our residents and to make sure that they feel safe going about their daily lives here in our community. And we are extending more rights to those residents here with the LGBTQ Bill of Rights, because nobody should ever feel different or made to be feel different, because of their actual or perceived gender identity or their HIV status. And this bill in particular is very meaningful for members of the senior community, because our senior population, as all of us know, continues to increase. And by the year 2040, it is estimated to make up 21% of our population here in Montgomery County. And so with this Bill of Rights, seniors will be afforded more protections in healthcare facilities, nursing homes, and personal care facilities, making it a welcoming place for them and all residents. And then, lastly, I'll say, with the political uncertainty down at the Supreme Court and the potential shift in power, we need to continue doing everything to protect everyone's civil liberties here in Montgomery County, because it was only a few months ago that the Supreme Court, by a very narrow margin, afforded protections to members of the trans community. So this is, again, doubling down on the fact that Montgomery County remains an inclusive and welcoming place for everybody. And with that, I would also just like to thank, again, all of my colleagues, all of you, for co-sponsoring this legislation, and then also thank the Maryland AARP for providing some really important information about the senior population here, and also the Westmoreland Congregation United Church of Christ, the LGBTQ Democrats of Montgomery County, and then personally on my staff, I want to thank Valeria Carranza, Bianca Laura, and Pete Tomeo. And I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Glass. So there were two specific amendments that I'm going to ask Ms. Wellens to elaborate on. They are articulated in your packet. Both are important. One is that to require anti-discrimination notices under the bill to state that, quote, the law prohibits discrimination rather than, quote, the facility does not discriminate or allow discrimination. And then secondly, the use of pronouns is very important as we appropriately refer to our community residents in a way that they feel comfortable and confident. And so lines 133 through 134 were amended, and this includes, quote, a person that willfully and repeatedly uses an individual's incorrect name or pronoun after being clearly informed of the correct name or pronouns. This was language recommended by the county attorney, which the committee approved as amended. So with that, Ms. Wellens, I'll turn it over to you to give any other highlights that you think are relevant or important within this important bill as well.
Thank you, Chair Albornoz. I believe that most everything has been covered. I would just add that these amendments that were unanimously supported by the HHS committee when it recommended enactment of the bill, these amendments are essentially clarifying, and also, as you noted, the Office of the County Attorney had requested amendments, and this is the result of that. They were concerned that some of the original wording could be construed as having some First Amendment implications, and so these amendments just clear that up to mitigate those concerns. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wellens. I yield back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. There again, this was a HHS committee recommendation. So with that, it will be a roll call vote. And Madam Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Mr. Glass.
Yes.
Mr. Glass votes yes. Mr. Jawando.
Yes.
Mr. Jawando votes yes. Mr. Reamer.
Yes.
Mr. Reamer votes yes. Ms. Navarro.
Yes.
Ms. Navarro votes yes. Mr. Albornoz.
Yes.
Mr. Albornoz votes yes. Mr. Rice?
Yes.
Mr. Rice votes yes. Mr. Friedson?
Yes.
Mr. Friedson votes yes. Mr. Hooker?
Yes.
Mr. Hooker votes yes. Mr. Katz?
Yes, and that carries unanimously as well. So we now have two other legislative final reading for legislative day 29. Call me a soothsayer, but I have a feeling that the next two are going to take a little bit longer than the first two. And since we do have interviews, well, no, we're still early. I thought interviews started at 2 o'clock. They started at 2:30. So we're going to go to Bill 2920, taxation payment in lieu of taxes for the WMATA property. And I've had a couple of people ask me, what is WMATA property? We better know it. We know it better by the words metro. It is metro property. It's Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority property, which is established. The Fed Committee, the Planning, Housing, and Economic Development Committee recommended enactment with amendments, and I'm going to call on
FedGeo.
Excuse
Wasn't
me?
it joint committee? Yeah.
Not according to what I have in front of me, but
Yeah.
if it
It
is,
was a joint committee.
it was a joint committee. Okay, and it was a joint committee with us, with the government operations.
That's why you were there.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. And thanks for thanks for the mind. Making me remember in using my mind. But so the Fed and Government Operations Committee recommended enactment with amendments. We're going to call on Councilmember Reamer first, and then Councilmember Navarro from the Government Operations Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Council President. And yeah, if I often do the same thing. I read what's in front of me and I let that speak. And wow, we got a lot going on.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. So we are now going to begin the conversation about this legislation. So before we get into the packet and everything, I'm going to make some remarks and invite the co-chair of our joint committee, Councilmember Navarro, GO Chair Navarro. I know she'll also want to make some remarks as well. So let me just start by thanking everybody who's been involved. This has been a pretty intense discussion, and we've gotten some very helpful guidance from a lot of different voices. Nina Albert from WMATA gave us a very thorough presentation that looked at every single metro site in the county and gave us an estimate of what they thought the development potential is at every metro site in the county. But I think even more importantly, Nina conveyed to me, to us, to the Joint Committee that WMATA had already identified the need for game-changing thinking about how to spur development on their sites, that it's a regional problem. It's not even just a Montgomery County problem, that you can look all around the region and you'll see kind of a hole in the donut was the phrase that was used, that the metro station sites are generally empty. And Montgomery County is no different. In fact, we're facing some significant issues there. So Nina gave us the WMATA's professional real estate expertise as to the nature of the problem, the nature of the cost differential for high-rise construction, and why that was the specific challenge, as well as reminding us that Metro had abandoned, developers had abandoned developments in the past with Metro's understanding because they didn't want to do low-rise or mid-rise. They wanted to do high-rise because that was what Montgomery County wanted. And unless Montgomery County wanted to change what we want, then they're holding out for what we have said we want, which is high-rise at Metro, but they're stuck and not much is happening, and they're very appreciative of what we might be able to do. The Sierra Club, Coalition for Smarter Growth, Action in Montgomery, the Action Committee for Transit, Friends of Forest Glen, all have been very active and engaged as we worked through the committee process. And of course, and Friends of White Flint, The planning board gave this a very thorough review, and I thought provided some very helpful comments to us at our committee. I know they're here, and WMATA is here today, among others, as a resource for us. And I certainly want to thank, again, the co-chair of the Joint Committee, Nancy Navarro, and my co-lead sponsor on the legislation, Andrew Friedson. We've been working together as a team, along with many of you, and it has been a very significant effort. This is a big proposal, and it's a heavy lift, and everyone has been playing really important roles. So I'm going to just make a few comments, and then again turn it back to my co-chair. As I mentioned, we are underachieving at our prime smart growth locations, which is the land at the metro station. If you look near the metro station, you will often see some development. But if you come out of the escalator, if you come off the elevator, walk up the stairs at the station, you will see empty land. You'll see parking lots. You'll see just about anything but high rises right there at the station. And that is despite decades of effort by Metro to work with developers to support development there. And it's despite the commitment of millions of dollars of infrastructure by Metro to support joint development agreements, despite willingness to spend significant money, despite open bidding and solicitations, developers securing contracts to do the development. Developers have walked away time and time again from these metro station sites for a variety of reasons, fundamentally about the strength of the market, the demand, versus the expected rent versus the cost, and the cost being a function of the rather intense requirements for building on metro land. Building on metro land is nothing like building next door to metro. Next door to metro, you might just have ground. That's all you have to do. At a metro site, you have to probably provide for parking that is already there. You have to replace. So you have to build far more than your own share of parking. You have to provide very specialized engineering if you're building over the station. As a matter of fact, when County Executive Leggett proposed a Wheaton redevelopment over the metro bus station, he recommended to the council that the council spend $40 million to build a bus bay. And then a developer would come in and put office or residential on top of the bus bay. But the proposal was for a $40 million expenditure by the county to build a bus bay. County council ultimately felt that that was not the wisest strategy for that area, and we adopted the one that you see now up, but it's not on the metro site. The metro site remains undeveloped. There are very significant problems with developing on metro sites. Our county has challenges. We are our place in the regional economic, solar system is not so strong. We're sort of considered a little bit in the outer orbit. We got to change the conversation about this county, and this is the kind of bold thinking that we believe, the Joint Committee believes that this is the kind of bold thinking that will really move the ball forward, and spur some investment, spur some change, advance our master plans. We have these incredible master plans that present compelling visions of what community life could be like, what our future can be, based on certain development, certain kinds of development, and smart growth on top of metro is a big part of that. I think it was Councilmember Friedson who said, rather than having our metro stations as an anchor, pulling down our smart growth areas, which they're empty parking lots that diminish the character and the quality and the built environment. We should have them, we need to spur some investment so that they can lift the area and support the overall success of the community or the location where they are. So advancing our own master plans, our own economic development strategy, meeting our housing goals. I know Councilmember Navarro, will will surely comment, but under her leadership, this county council and this county government participated in and committed to significant goals for housing. And, you know, we were all emailed today on a different topic, but a quote that I'm going to write down and remember by a DC council member that said, you know, goals are only as good as your willingness to make changes to support them. You know, we have all adopted very ambitious goals about housing in this county. This is a change that we've brought forward, the Joint Committee recommendation, that is intended to help us achieve those goals. Based on WMATA's formulation of how much development can be supported at each station, they think that, you know, there could be 8,600, as much as 8,600 housing units, creating somewhere between 1,300 and 1,400 MPDUs, a significant chunk potentially over the long term of our gap in housing shortage relative to projected demand. So it's a meaningful solution around housing, and it provides transportation benefits. It's people who drive less because they're located at on Metro. It supports our climate goals because people are driving less because they're right on top of Metro. It even preserves agriculture. You know, this is partly how we fund preservation of ag land, and as well as reduce the pressure to develop farmland. So there are so many public virtues, public benefits, public goals tied up in securing development at Metro that we felt that it's worth doing something significant to get those benefits. And that's where the incentive comes in. So the proposal is to provide an incentive to a development there to not collect property tax for the first 15 years of development. We had modeled this out for Grosvenor and found that the income tax that is paid by people who live in the housing there more than makes up for what is lost in property tax. So it is a net fiscal positive to the county. There is some, you know, I know we've heard about the fiscal impact of this proposal, and I just want to say very plainly, if I thought that these developments would happen, if we thought these developments would happen without this incentive, there would be no need for this. We would never have brought it forward. But it is our belief, based on the very plain evidence around us, that is vividly clear, but also projections and real estate expertise, that this development is not coming, that it will not happen without significant support from the public sector. And that is just the reality. So the fiscal impact of this, we did receive a fiscal impact statement that assumed that all development on Metro sites would happen right now, and then projected what property taxes would not be collected. But that is a kind of a silly exercise because this development is not going to happen, and we believe it won't happen without this incentive that's being provided. So before I turn it to my colleague, Co-Chair Navarro, Mr. Drummer in the memo has laid out what the committee recommended. I think it would be, of course, appropriate to ask Bob to summarize what the Joint Committee has done. And then the packet also has amendments that the committee did not adopt. I don't think we need to go through amendments that we did not adopt, but I do think we should go then to find out what amendments council members may wish to support. There has been a lot of conversation. I know everyone is feeling, everyone has been very engaged, and the legislative process is working its magic. So we're going to hear more, not to steal anyone's thunder, but we're going to hear more about various amendments that I think I'm optimistic there should be consensus around local hiring, around affordable housing, and even around sunsetting. There has been one specific difficult issue, and that is the prevailing wage. And the challenge with that one, as we'll get to later, is just the unusual cost of that relative to the value of the incentive. But there are other public amendments, public benefits that we are seeking, and I think there are more amendments that we can support today. So,
Thank you. We're going to go to your co-chair
great.
and then go
Thank
to
you.
Mr. Grummer. Thank you. Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Fed Chair, Councilmember Reamer. As I stated during our joint sessions, I completely understand that this is one tool in our toolbox. When I spent an entire year as a member of the Council of Governments work group on updating our targets, which for Montgomery County, it's 41,000 units by 2030 with specific designations around locating these residential units around activity centers and also paying close attention to affordability. But during that time, there was just so much conversation, right? Because these were different jurisdictions and each of us has different characteristics. I've said before that, you have places like Prince George's County where there is still availability of land and there's just a lot of opportunities to envision and to make into reality a lot of different projects. You have Washington, D.C., which is really booming. And if you go to Washington, D.C. at any time, you will see all of these cranes everywhere you look. They're just cranes going up. Northern Virginia, really, trying to address the issue of Amazon coming and the demand for housing there and how do they do it. And then you have Montgomery County where we have an interesting situation where obviously we know that our land availability is limited. We know that we want to promote transit-oriented development, and we know that we have to build more units in order to address the issue of housing affordability. But the truth of the matter is that, during that process, we grappled a lot with how to go about doing this and what have other jurisdictions around the country actually, what have they done? And there is no one particular proposal that will get you there. There are a number of strategies. And so when I first, heard about this particular proposal, when Councilmember Reamer called me about it, this was after also a lot of meetings with people who work in this space, and also with a lot of interest with WMATA properties. I myself representing District 4, Councilmember Reamer spoke about the issue in Wheaton. I reminded all of us during our work session about, that particular instance and the scramble to figure out what to do in Wheaton, because the reality was that that particular proposal at that time, those $40 million, it was clear on the council floor that nobody wanted to support that. And the conversation then turned into, oh, maybe we can use that $40 million for something else. And I had to sort of put my cape on and defend District 4 and say, no, we need alternative proposals because we have to do something there. And that's what we have today. But there's also the Glenmont Metro Station, right, where I have been, in innumerable meetings trying to figure out what we can do, not only on top of the metro station, but also surrounding it. And it's a huge challenge, right? It's a huge challenge because in that particular situation in Glenmont, the site is not that conducive. It has a lot of restrictions. And so every single case, it's a little bit different. But the truth is that this proposal gives us an opportunity to begin to realize one component that is of such importance, which is high rises. And so I want to thank everybody, who's worked so hard on this particular bill. I want to acknowledge that, yes, we had some conversations about a particular proposal that Councilmember Jawando brought forth about housing affordability. And I feel that I can actually support that. I've been thinking a lot about what that means. And I think it is something that we can fit into this. So I will be definitely supporting that when the moment comes. And of course, Councilmember Albornoz has, another particular proposal that I think would be important. But I do want to say that it is a tough balance because at the same time that we want to provide the incentive because we want to see something happen, it's tough to not be so tempted to add more and more and more restrictions that then make the actual incentive not viable. And ultimately what we want is to create that buzz, to create that activity, to create those opportunities for people to consider Montgomery County as a place to live, and those other benefits that accrue with all these people moving there, et cetera. It's something that then we can realize in terms of revenue. So it is a win-win. And I think I'm excited to see what will happen with this proposal. So I want to thank again both my colleagues on both committees and the public who has been so great in giving us feedback, around this. And again, I look forward to discussing the amendments and hopefully coming out with a really good product. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Drummer, please.
Good afternoon. The original bill, as introduced, required a pilot, which is a payment in lieu of taxes for 15 years of 100% of the property tax for a qualifying project. A qualifying project, as the bill is introduced, was a construction of a high-rise building of at least 8 stories. The amendments, the Joint Committee made 5 amendments. The first one was to permit the developer to assign the rights to the project without losing the pilot. The second amendment was the Joint Committee added a labor provision that required the developer to agree not to, or to avoid hiring a contractor or a subcontractor who had a history of wage and hour violations. The third one was based on the current property tax charter amendment in Section 305, which, as you all know, limits the amount of revenue the county can receive to the amount received the year before. So if you have an exemption for this project from day one, then the actual amount of revenue will never go up, or as the cap won't get expanded. So the amendment that the Joint Committee approved was to give the finance director authority to start the pilot in either year 1 or year 2, depending essentially on what happens with in the November 3rd election on the ballot question on the charter amendment. If it starts in year 2, then the county would get the bump in the charter total revenue if the charter state remains the same, the charter limit remains the same. The fourth amendment was to exclude special area taxes from the exemption. In this case, there's a White Flint district tax. There are other special area taxes that are authorized in a specific section in the code, and this excludes that. It's just the general property tax that would be exempted. And the third one was to require not just any 8-story building, but to require a qualifying project to include at least 50% of the project to be rental housing. And housing is for the obvious reasons, and the rental housing is in order to ensure that there will be MPDUs involved in the project. And those were the amendments that were actually approved by the Joint Committee.
Thank you very much.
Turn it back to you, Mr. Council President. I thought we would proceed to amendments at this point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Councilmember. The next speaker is Councilmember Juando, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate all the work that's been done on this bill to this point, and all the engagement from my colleagues and from the public. I have several amendments that I am proposing that are not different from the amendments that I proposed in committee as a member of the Joint Committee. One of which passed, which I'm appreciative to my colleagues that we required, as Mr. Drummer stated, that at least 50% of this development area be used for housing. The bill as introduced did not require that it be used for residential rental housing, which, as was stated, is now required. The other amendments that I hear some movement on one. I was happy to hear from Councilmember Navarro and Councilmember Reamer that on the affordable housing, I'm going to be offering that. But I just want to make a couple comments, and then I'll, however you want to move, Mr. President, maybe I'll offer the one that I think is likely to pass first, and then go from there.
Okay.
I think, this bill brings up a lot of situations and a lot of competing priorities at a very difficult and unprecedented time in our history. And I think I was when it was introduced, I'm a big fan, have always been a supporter of transit-oriented development. As I've mentioned before, I lived at a metro for a good period of time, both in DC and in Silver Spring, and right across the street from a metro, which I'll come back to that point. And so it's a win-win. It's what we want. We want to see people living near transit. We want to see development in those areas. We want the economic benefits. We want the environmental benefits. And we want to see that happening. This bill raises the issue of how trying to incentivize it by foregoing property taxes. And again, I'm not against incentives by any philosophically or any other way. This council, as has previous councils, we've provided incentives in other forms, whether they be EDF, economic development funds, or other types of tax credits and incentives that I've been in favor of and supported. And I think it is a tool in the toolbox. But in this scenario, the level and the length and the duration and the amount of subsidy and tax abatement, 100%. So that's all for 15 years. And the numbers were mentioned, and I agree that the county executive's cost assessment was high, but our own much more conservative and I think correct cost assessments from council staff that for the one project that is before us that has been approved, the Grosvenor project, and that's again the only one we have a proposal for and hard data for, which is another just overall issue with this, that we're not making policy just for one project here. We're making it for potentially, with 13 metro sites. Not all of them are going to be in play, but for quite a few more. And it's both a specific but also a broad policy, which is what we need to consider. But for those various projects, the idea is that we would incentivize the high-rise development there, and through abatement of 15 years at 100% of property tax. And the cost estimate, I lost my thought, I'm sorry, the cost estimate by our staff was 1.2 to 1.5 million, I think, a year at the Grosvenor property using all the data available. And so if you take that over 15 years, you're talking about a significant amount of money, 16 to 18 million dollars or so that would be, or more, that would be foregone just on that one project. And when you take that times, we have 13 metro sites, let's say take it times 10, you could be talking about $200 million plus that the county is going to forego in property tax if this development were built without incentive. That doesn't mean we shouldn't provide an incentive, but it sure means to me that there should be significant public benefit that is weighed against that foregone loss in property tax revenue. And so the amendments I've offered have tried to get at that in a really modest way, I think, and I'm hoping that several can move forward. Because when you do these types of payments, and there were some folks who pointed out throughout this process, is that they don't always pay off. It's a gamble for us that if we do this, it may or may not work, and we may or may not get what we want, but it's not a guaranteed thing. The other thing I wanted to say that's important is that to remember in this process is about income inequality and the ramifications that this could have for that. And as has been stated, which there's no disagreement on, this is the most expensive type of housing to build, high-rise construction on top of metro, because of the public accommodation that is metro, why it's there. and why that land was given to Metro in the compact between DC, Maryland, and Virginia to support public transit as a public good. It's expensive because you have to maintain the tunnels and the elevators and all the things that are part of that public infrastructure. So it is very expensive. It's also some of the highest cost housing because it's expensive. And having lived across the street from a Metro, I can tell you, I can testify to that it's the highest cost housing. So it becomes particularly important that if we're using public dollars, again, maybe upwards tens of millions of dollars over time here, we should get some sort of guarantee that we're going to have diversity of income that can live in these rental apartments, and that people who building them get paid a fair wage and a prevailing wage, which I'm going to talk about also. And so that's why several of my amendments address that income inequality point, because I think it's really important. We want to ask ourselves, do we want to give that level of subsidy for that level of time and not have serious affordability? So one of the amendments that I will offer first is related to that point, in that this will require 15% MPDUs to be in these properties as required by law. And I'm saying of those 15%, let's put aside 25% of those. So in the case of a 500 unit property like that is proposed at Grosvenor, 75 are MPDUs, then 20 some odd would be reserved for people making 50% of AMI or below, which is $50,000 a year or roughly that level. And so that's the First Amendment I'd like to propose, along with a couple of others. So I can pause there, Mr. President, maybe, and propose that amendment. And I do have others, but I'll pause there and make a motion to renew the proposal that I put forward in committee to ensure that 25% of the MPDUs be dedicated to those making 50% or below of AMI.
Second.
Who did the second? Councilmember Reamer did the second. Okay. Is there any discussion on this amendment?
Yes.
Please.
Thank you. You know, we discussed this at length at the committee, and you know, I think a lot of us had a lot of interest in it, but the legislative process still had many steps to play out. And so I know, speaking for myself, and perhaps that's a view, you know, that calculation others were making, just wanted to wait a little bit to you know, come to a final decision on this one. But I believe it is a very you know, reasonable approach, and it will ensure that we are setting aside a share of this you know, of the MPDUs in these buildings for people who have lower income. And you know, the big affordable housing strategy here is to get the 1,000 plus MPDUs that would be built if all of these properties developed. That's the big play. And we know that the county has partnerships with nonprofits that access those MPDUs and secure them for lower income residents far below the MPDU income level. And this will free up some additional county resources by not needing the county to actually use our resources or federal resources for that, and stretch our dollars a little bit further. So I speak in support of the amendment.
Okay. Councilmember Navarro, did you want to speak on this amendment?
Yeah. So
Okay, please,
as I said,
please.
thank you. As I said in my introductory remarks, I think that as we examine a lot of the particulars and, of course, get information through this legislative process, this particular issue was of great interest to me, but I wanted to make sure that we had all the information, all the data. Again, it's not the end all be all. It's not going to solve everything, but it is an opportunity to provide even deeper affordable housing. And I think if we continue to do this, as we are doing with public land in some instances, and there's another bill with property disposition that we'll be, you know, discussing as well. Plus we have the HIF. There are so many other ways in which we can continue to add to this goal. You know, we can very well be on our way. So that's why I am supporting this amendment at this moment.
Okay. Anyone else that wants to speak on this amendment? Councilmember Glass.
Yeah, real quickly, I want to thank Councilmember Jawando for bringing this back up to the full council. And as you know, Council Members Reamer and Navarro mentioned, as we continue growing as a county and as we continue working towards the Council of Government goals to which we all subscribe, you know, we need to be thoughtful and keep in mind every resident at every income level, that they are along and part of this journey with us towards a more equitable community. And I view this very similar to the way that we have taken positions on the Purple Line and the equity that needs to be along that route as well, when it gets built. So thank you, Councilmember Jawando, for putting this forward, and I support it.
Thank you. And let me say that I too support it. And thank you, Councilmember Jawando, for bringing it forward. Councilmember Albornoz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll have broader comments regarding the bill in general when I propose my own amendment later when I have the floor. But on this specific amendment, I do want to express my appreciation to Councilmember Jawando and the chairs of both committees, who I think have done an outstanding job walking us through this process in a deliberative fashion. And I feel like we're going to come out with a even stronger bill than the one that was proposed prior to this session. So thank you all very much. And I think this is a thoughtful approach that makes sense, and I will be supporting it.
Thank you very much. I see no other council members, but Mr. Drummer would like to say a few words.
Yeah, I just want to read the amendment. It's in the packet so that it's in the record and everybody knows what happened. The amendment would amend the definition of qualifying development, and it states a qualifying development must include at least 25% of the moderately priced dwelling units required by Chapter 25A affordable to households at 50% of the area median income.
Okay. Thank you. I see no other speakers. It was moved by Councilmember Jawando, seconded by Councilmember Reamer for this amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you, Mr. President. I like to start off with the 9-0. keep it going. So the other amendment that I have is related to a point I wanted to make, and I'm actually going to go and do the toughest one last. But there's 13 metro sites in Montgomery County. And this bill would be a unprecedented, and I understand bold, and I understand why it was put forward, action to say that we would depart from our normal pilot process, which is payment in lieu of taxes for the millions watching at home, to where DHCA, the Department of Housing and Community Affairs, and I see Asim Nagam on, he and his team would normally have the ability to say, okay, how much of a pilot should we give, weigh the public benefit versus the potential abatement of taxes, and make a determination. And it could be at any amount. In this bill, the departure is that saying, no, by right, you get 100% of the tax abatement, and you get it for 15 years, which is a dramatic difference. And the amendment I'm going to propose now relates to this, again, weighing of public benefit and realizing that all of these metro sites rather, are not the same. They all are going to be expensive to build on, but they're not exactly the same. The layout isn't exactly the same. There have been properties that have been built on metro sites. I talked about this in committee, even if they're considered mid-rise, 7, 8 stories, but that have been built with no subsidy. And across the street, we've had high rises being built. And so things do happen at Twin Brook and Silver Spring and other places. But I think we should give the DHCA the authority to look at this quickly in each case and say, is anywhere between 80% and 100% of the tax abatement needed? And this is a committee, I didn't get a second for this in committee, but all this would say, this amendment, which is also in the packet, is that DHCA would be able to weigh that public benefit and say whether there needs to be an 80% abatement. Again, you'd be entitled to the 80% at a minimum, but anywhere between 80% and 100%, so that there's some weighing of it, and it might not be, all that money might not be needed, and we might be able to hold some of that back into our coffers and use it for other affordable housing projects and other things that we are trying to do to make Montgomery County a welcoming place. So I would like to offer this amendment next, that would allow DHCA to review expeditiously and offer somewhere between an 80% and 100% abatement, depending on the project. So that's the motion, Mr. President.
Thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Jawando, seconded by Vice President Hucker. Is there any discussion on this amendment?
Yes.
Please, Councilmember Reamer.
Thanks. I think this is unfortunately quite problematic. I think it will. I think the whole point here is we're trying to create an entitlement that, has a door open to investment that is clear and certain. And I think there will be stations where the developer needs to come in and seek more county assistance. If Wheaton was an example, it might be that this pilot gets them 2/3 of the way and they still have to come in and seek county assistance, in which case they would negotiate for additional county investment. But I think the critical factor here is to create certainty and clarity. And I think the market responds to certainty and clarity. And we want to maintain that. So I am very concerned about something that results in a protracted negotiation. I think there's better ways to deal with the bigger questions and the risks. So I do not support the motion, and I would urge my colleagues likewise.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak on this amendment? Council Vice President Hucker.
Just explaining my second. We all know our county dollars are scarce. I appreciate the comments of Councilmember Reamer. I don't think anything really needs to be a protracted negotiation. The HIF fund and other discretionary funds work well. We want developers to work in partnership with our county agencies, and I think this is the right approach, especially in the financial constraints that we're under. So that's why I seconded the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this amendment? Okay. It has been moved.
Mr. President, could I just make one? If there's no one else.
I'm sorry. I said I was going to call on you, and I apologize. Please.
No problem. To Councilmember Reamer's point, I just want to make the point that this is still an entitlement under my amendment. They would be entitled to at least 80% of the abatement, which is something we haven't done, and it's a significant level. And it doesn't mean that they won't be get 100%. They're just going to have to have a process similar to the HIF and others. And again, I think for this level of abatement, a conversation, a kicking of the tires, we called it consideration in law school. If you're giving somebody something, just the conversation about here's what you're going to get in return and why we need the money, I think is all we're asking for here, considering this level. And so I just think it's a reasonable approach and would still give the certainty that you're asked that you're going to get a minimum of 80%. We just need to have a conversation to show why. So that's all I'd say. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Albernaz.
I'll just be really quick. I understand and respect the intent of the amendment and don't disagree that, we're talking about a lot of resources on the table here. But you said a word that, Councilmember Jawando, in your description of expeditious. And expeditious is not normally something that the county utilizes when dealing with matters like this. And so that, and I say that having worked in the executive branch and knowing sort of the wheels of government sometimes don't move as quickly as we need them to in some cases with projects that can be very complex. So while I appreciate very much the intent of the bill or of the amendment, excuse me, I don't support this specific amendment because I'm not confident that it will be expeditious as we review these particular cases and contracts. But I appreciate where you're coming from.
Thank you. Mr. Drummer, did you want to give us an explanation on this, please?
Thank you. The amendment that Mr. Jawando had proposed in committee is in the packet on page 7 and there's two components. One is 80, the finance director must exempt between 80 and 100% of the real property tax that would otherwise be levied for a period of between 10 and 15 years. I'm not sure if the motion in front of you still includes the 10 to 15 years.
I'm sorry, I left that out, and I didn't intend to include the years as well. It was the same thing. It was 80 to 100 and 10 to 15. I'm sorry, I left the second part.
Okay.
And
Then
Council
that's
Vice
the
President
amendment.
Hooker, do you agree with that? Yes, okay. Please,
And-
Mr. Drummer, continue.
All right, so that's the amendment, and it requires the finance director, after consulting with the director of the Department of Housing and Community Affairs on the value of the public benefit of the project, to make that decision.
And
And it is in writing on page 7 of the staff memo.
And Mr. President, since we have Mr. Nagam here, and I think a lot of my colleagues I understand the concern, have brought up the timeliness in which these would be reviewed. Could I just ask him before we vote to comment on that point in particular about, as you do with other processes and pilots in the HIF, how long will it take does it typically take to review these types of agreements and give approval?
Asim Nigam, Director DSCA. To answer Councilor Jawando's question, I'm not sure if I have the exact answer for you, but we do review these transactions as a part of our overall permanent financing package. And as we get to the closing, this is not to say that we hold up any closing because we were not able to make a decision in a timely fashion. So I don't want to be evasive to Councilor Jawando's question per se, not knowing what these transactions will ultimately look like. I cannot say definitively that we'll need only, X amount of days or, weeks to review these transactions. But what I can tell you is that none of our closings have been held up because DSCA was not able to make a decision in a timely fashion. We make those decisions while we are underwriting that project, and then we convey that decision in collaboration with the developer, and they apply for the permanent mortgage, so we know what parameters we are dealing with. So a lot of times, these things are happening at the same time, but a lot of times we make this decision ahead of time, looking at what the projections look like. And then we can finance our decision as the permanent financing is put together. But
Thank you.
at the same time, none of our closings get delayed because we were not able to make our decision in a timely fashion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Glass.
Thank you, Mr. President. As many of you know, before joining the council, I was vice chair of an affordable housing organization here in Montgomery County, and we lamented the fact that the county processes were not quick enough or not up to the speed that we would like in fulfilling the work, right? In building homes for people who need them. And so that was before any of this treatment would be applied. And so I have concerns about the timeliness, but I have a question, and I'm not quite sure who to address it to, but statutorily, if this provision were to move forward, what would prevent an executive, whomever that individual might be, from sitting on an application that they might not like?
I'll take a shot at that one. I mean, he would have to at least propose 80% for 10 years. I think beyond that, you could file a mandamus action, I guess, in court to force him to do that. He has no discretion to just say no way. It would have to be at least 80% pilot for 10 years.
Okay.
Beyond that could then take, would be negotiation.
Sure. And, if a project really needed the 100% and only 80% was given, and that might be a deal breaker for that project, and we can all extrapolate what we want from those statements. But because of the lack of speed that is already in the system, and the concerns that many of our affordable housing providers have. I can't support this amendment, but I appreciate the spirit in which it was introduced.
Thank you. Councilmember Reamer.
Thank you. Just wanted to highlight by allowing the discretion of from 15 to 10 years and from 100% to 80%, you're basically allowing the executive branch to negotiate over 40+% of the value of the incentive. Now, the statute doesn't allow them to say no, but it doesn't require them to say yes in any particular time either. And so you have a huge amount of money on the table for which there's no specific definite resolution over a negotiation. So I think that is the core issue. Is this really says we're not going to offer this incentive. We're going to offer, with certainty 60% of this incentive, and the rest will be up to negotiation. I think that is replicating the kinds of problems that we have in the county, and we ought to try to move in a direction that provides more certainty for the investment that we want to see in our communities. So I will not be supporting the amendment. And I did want to say, Mr. Council President, I think it would be regular order that after an amendment is offered, the queue kind of resets. And I welcome all of Mr. Shawando's amendments, but I'm not sure that a council member gets to introduce one amendment after another.
And I appreciate that, but I am running this meeting, and that's the way we were doing it. And the queue, we'll go back to the queue after Councilmember Jawando is finished. But I appreciate your thoughts. Let me just say that I am going to support this. I understand that there's a problem, but I also understand that not everything would need 100%. And I do believe that we perhaps could have a time certain that they would have to come back, that the executive branch would have to come back within 90 days or whatever would be a legitimate time frame for someone to come back and have the discussion. But I do believe that there's a great possibility that not everyone would need 100% in order to get a project completed. So I will be supporting this motion.
Mr. President,
Yes.
and if you'd like to have a friendly amendment that it be within 90 days that they did make a determination, I'd welcome that. I don't know if that's possible, but I agree with your point there.
Well, I don't know that I can make a friendly amendment as the president, but that if you would like to amend your amendment, it would be something you could do.
I'm happy to do that if DHCA thinks that they could determine it in 90 days.
You're on mute, Tom.
Yeah, all I will say is, as long as the package comes to us complete, we'll make every best effort to finish our review process in 90 days.
Okay. Well, all right. So I would amend, if Mr. Hucker's amenable, I'd amend it to be within 90 days that they have to make their determination.
Of course.
So it's been moved and seconded. The person who seconded approved it. I see no other speakers on this. So, Mr. Drummer, are you clear on what our amendment is? And if you could please repeat it.
All right, I'm writing this as we speak. So,
okay.
If you go on page 7 of the packet, and at the end of the subparagraph or subsection B, I would add a new sentence. Maybe I would put it after C. I would put it after C. It'd be the director of finance must decide on the amount of the pilot, or must decide on the amount of the pilot within 90 days after receiving a request.
Okay. Thank you.
if I can just iterate, all I will say is if you can add after receiving the complete documentation for the request. So it's not just, we receive a request and which may not be
Sure.
complete, then the 90 days clock doesn't start.
I see
that's
Mr.
fair.
Covey. Mr.
That's
Covey's
fair.
nodding.
Yeah, all right. The complete documentation. Request with complete documentation.
Okay. I see
Got
no other, okay. I see no other speakers on this. It was moved by Councilmember Jawando, seconded by Council Vice President Hucker. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. And that is 3 of us, Councilmember Jawando, Council Vice President Hucker, and myself. All those opposed to the amendment, please raise your hand. And that is everyone else. Councilmember Rice, Councilmember Albanaz, Councilmember Friedson, Councilmember Reamer, Councilmember Navarro, and Councilmember Glass. So the amendment fails 3-6.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jawando, did you have anything else?
I have one more.
One final,
One
okay.
more. And thank you. And that was the most thorough discussion on a failed amendment that we've had. But I think it was was good. This next one is the prevailing wage amendment, and construction jobs offer an opportunity to gain a skill and a trade and earn above minimum wage because they're hard jobs and they're important jobs. Most apprentices or entry-level construction workers are people of color. And this offers an opportunity to be self-sufficient and financially stable. I think that I offered this as well in committee unsuccessfully, but this is an important point. I talked about income inequality earlier, and I really appreciate us addressing some levels of deeper affordability in the being required if this abatement is granted. We could be in a situation on county projects, we require a school bill, or not in case of school, but in county projects, we require for building a county building, prevailing wage to be paid. And obviously cost of living here is very high. And so what this amendment would do would say that the people who build this, again, the most expensive type of housing that we have to live in and to build would be paid a prevailing and fair wage for doing the work. And I think that if, as the detractors of this amendment have said, that if we can't pay people a fair and a prevailing wage to build the most expensive type of housing that there is, then we need to question whether we should be incentivizing that with a 15-year, 100% tax abatement, which under the amendment we just passed, that's what this will be now, 15 years at 100% by right. And the people that build it won't be able to afford to live in it, and unless they're one of the 20 people, maybe, depend on how much they're making, that gets into under this previous amendment with the 25% and 50% of AMI. So I think we want to pay people what they should be paid, the same thing that if they were building a county building, considering the amount of abatement and unprecedented levels that we're doing. And so I will just say the unions have, the steam fitters, the pipe fitters, all the fitters have put in data that questions the analysis by the one development group that we have a project for that doesn't take into effect the fact that the labor costs and the skilled labor that you get, other things that lower the cost of construction as opposed to raising the cost of the overall project. So there's some dispute about those levels of cost. And again, the final thing I'll say on this amendment, and it undergirds the whole bill, is that we don't know many things. We don't know what the profit margin is for the investors in this project. We don't know what that percentage is. And I've asked directly and I haven't gotten an answer. And it's pointed out by Gene from our office, Gene Smith, that it could be 7%, it could be 15%. And the government purse, taxpayer dollars, is not the only way to balance a project. It's one way, but it's not the only way. And if we're going to give it, which I'm okay with incentives, we should make sure that we're paying people right and that we have affordability. So the amendment I propose, which is also in the packet, would be that there would be a prevailing wage requirement, and Mr. Drummer at the appropriate time can talk about it, for people who apply and receive this tax abatement. So that's my motion, Mr. President.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Vice President Hucker. Councilmember Reamer, please.
Thank you. Well, Councilmember Jawando, in his introduction of the amendment, noted that when we build on county land, we build with prevailing wage. And he's right. When we build county projects, we pay prevailing wage. And I believe in that. And we believe in that. That's a county policy. And it does cost us more. We get to build fewer libraries and fewer rec centers as a result, but we support it because it's the right thing to do. However, when we are providing county land to affordable housing builders, we do not require it. Councilmember Jawando has legislation around disposition of county land. It does not include a prevailing wage requirement for the disposition of county land to nonprofits that build housing. I think the reason we don't require it in that instance is that we're balancing the cost against other public goals. I think in this instance, it's the same. But it's also the fact that the incentive that we're providing is a very small share of the cost of the project. It seems like a lot of money to us, but when you look at the cost of actually building these projects, it is very small. It's enough to tip the balance, we hope. We hope it will result in projects being able to move forward, but the private sector is putting hundreds of millions of dollars of investment into the project. And if we require it on all of that, unfortunately, the cost of that requirement exceeds the value of the incentive. That's the real issue here, is this requirement would exceed the cost of would exceed the value of the incentive, and we're right back where we started. And we haven't gained any jobs. We haven't gained any economic development. We don't have the kind of growth that we're seeking. So if this was a county project, we'd do it. But I think in this instance, it is just, it's a little bit more than the project. It overwhelms the value of the incentive. For that reason, I just don't think it's wise.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this amendment? I am going to speak on the amendment. I'm supportive of this. I believe that if WMATA were to build on this land, the land that they will continue to own, they're going to lease the land, but the land that they're going to continue to own, if they were going to build a parking garage on it themselves, they would have had to pay a prevailing wage. If they sold this piece of property, then I would not have the same thoughts on it because it would no longer be WMATA property. They're not selling it, they're leasing it. A 99-year lease from what we were told earlier, I believe. And because of that, I believe it is not fair for them to sidestep doing what they would have had to do on their own property if they built on it by leasing it to a private agency. So, Councilmember Albernaz, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And let me just say I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of people on this specific amendment over the last week. I found them all enlightening, and I appreciate the passion from which people were coming from in discussing this specific issue. And once again, appreciate Councilmember Jawando and the spirit in which he is introducing his bill, this amendment, which I understand and very much respect. But in looking at the numbers, I do agree with Councilmember Reamer that the cost of this particular amendment would at least equal, and if not supersede, what we are trying to do with the financial support to incentivize the development on these particular properties. And this will bring housing that has been well documented that we need in our region. This will bring economic development opportunities, not just through the short term within the construction of these projects, but there's a chicken and an egg in terms of economic development and having housing and economic development. And it's a critical piece to this puzzle. And so for those reasons, I'm not supportive of this amendment, but appreciate the spirit from which it has come from. I will be introducing another amendment after Councilmember Jawando is finished on the floor that does provide an additional public benefit, I believe. But I wrestled with this one definitively, but ultimately came down on the fact that the numbers just don't support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also wrestle with this one because obviously I've actually been the author of various pieces of legislation along the way to provide even more supports to our workers here in Montgomery County. Many of those proposals were quite controversial, and we pushed through and we got them approved. And so this is something that I always feel very strongly about. But I'll tell you what gives me pause. Last year, under my presidency, I pushed for the adoption of an economic development platform. And I did that because it became clear to me that we are in a situation in the county where we have to very aggressively continue to push the assets that we have, leverage them, but have a clear-cut strategic direction for economic development. And I've always said, I said it when I ran for office, that I believe strongly in an aggressive economic development strategy so that we can have the revenues necessary to fund those needs, those budget items that the most vulnerable depend on, that our county residents depend on. But we know, and we've seen it during this pandemic, that there is a large proportion in our community, people who are in desperate situation with incredible need. We're not getting any help from the federal government. We heard earlier today when it came to even food, they are suspending, they've eliminated a lot of that. And so for me, I am not confused that in order for us to continue to address those important goals, when we talk about racial equity and social justice, it's also about how are we going to fund a lot of the initiatives and a lot of the supports that our community needs. When we look at the farms rate in our school system, it's not lost on me that it's going to require more and more revenue. And that revenue is not going to happen unless we position the county in a space where folks are going to want to come, they're going to want to invest, where people see activity centers that are buzzing, where we can start to balance all of that. And so for me, that has been what has motivated a lot of my work, especially lately, because we have to be frank. I mean, before the recession hit, we were already talking about the need for us to own, as the council, and implement an aggressive economic development strategy. Now with this pandemic, it's even more important. So those are the many reasons why I don't believe that in this particular instance that we should do this, because it does add to the cost. It actually subtracts from the incentive. And what I'm interested in is to see some of these places activated. I've talked to many of the advocates and I've said, I've been here when we've had to adopt so many master plans and really try to put in place, zoning and many things. And it has worked in some parts of the county, but there are many other parts where it has not. And so everything that we do right now, I think we have to examine through the lens of how is this moving the needle to get more and more activity around the county. And hopefully that way it begins to also spread to those areas where we know we still have a long way to go. So that's a very long-winded way of saying that in this instance, I think that we need to move forward. We need to get some things going. And although I have supported the affordable housing piece and hope to support Councilmember Bernas's amendment, this is one that unfortunately I cannot support at this time.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Rice.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And, I have to echo the sentiments of my colleague who just spoke. Councilmember Navarro and I have been on the front lines of many of the discussions around making sure that we fight for our working families here in Montgomery County. Sometimes we've been on the side of being incredibly aggressive, and folks in the business community have questioned what we've done. Other times we've been on the side of being a little bit more conservative, and then our union partners have said, I don't understand what you guys are doing. Keep in mind that these are all balanced, nuanced approaches. and we have to gauge each one based on what we see is the greater good for us. And understanding and growing up in the Glenmont-Lay Hill area. Let me just tell you, I know Councilmember Navarro's Payne is the district council member who's tried to see development continue to go there. I remember when Glenmont Metro Station was built, and we all thought that it was going to be the boom. It was going to be the resurgence of the Glenmont-Lay Hill area, and that there would be so much that would happen as a result. The reason why we're doing this, folks, is not for places like Bethesda. It is for places like Forest Glen. It is for places like Glenmont. It is for places to where we know we've seen opportunities that haven't yet come to fruition, and what we can do to help stem that. I mean, when you look at downtown Bethesda, my wife works, a block away from the Bethesda Metro Station. That's where her salon is. And I can tell you that development is booming there. So I'm not sure what more can be done. And the prices are so high and it's so challenging that, it really is one where there's not a lot more that you can do in those areas, but there is a lot more you can do in some of these other areas. We saw what happened when we put forth a resurgence in the Wheaton area, and congratulations, Councilmember Navarro, again, on a great area in which we saw was stagnant for a while, and we got some stuff done there near the metro station. Those are things that really are about what this is about, and it's a delicate balance. I will say that one of the things, and I want to be very careful about what it is that we do in terms of our messaging also, that we send in terms of measuring how much profit a company should have. I don't necessarily want to be saying to a person, well, you've got a certain percentage of profit and you shouldn't have more than that. That's not a conversation I want to have, because I hope that as good business owners, that those folks are then putting those profits back into the business, back into the community that they're in, and back into their employees. And so I'm not going to assume the negative that that's not the case, because working for one of the largest corporations here in Montgomery County, I know that when I worked for Marriott, that they put a lot of money back into their employees. I was a recipient of that and saw the great support I have. It's one of the reasons why I couch myself on being the professional I am today. And so from that perspective, I really have to say that, again, I think that this bill that we have before us strikes a fine balance. I think that trying to make some changes to it actually tips the balance and makes it a little bit uncomfortable for me to support. And so I won't be supporting this amendment. I understand the spirit. I was one of the people who supported our prevailing wage law here in Montgomery County that we have for contracts that are over $500,000 that are county funded. So I'm already on record in supporting prevailing wage. It's just that in this instance, I don't feel as though it's the right piece of balance for us and us moving forward to really stem some great investment in some of the areas in this county that we really need it in. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Glass.
Thank you, Council President. This is a really healthy discussion. And when I think about WMATA, WMATA is a tri-jurisdictional government agency, Maryland, Virginia, and DC. And I consider it essentially public, and its land is essentially public land, and it's prime real estate at that. And similar to the conversation that we had an amendment or two ago about MPDUs and income thresholds, I apply that same standard to this, in that as we grow, literally and figuratively, we need to support all of our residents, and we need to support the residents who are working on these projects on what I consider to be public land. And so with that, I will be supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Councilmember Friedson.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you for this discussion. I appreciate it. It's not an easy vote, I think, for me and for any of us. And if I thought that there was a way for the incentive that we're trying to create in order to build high-rise development on metro stations with the prevailing wage requirement, I would enthusiastically support it. I'm a big believer in prevailing wage and PLAs on public projects, as has been discussed by other colleagues. But this is an incentive that is trying to move the needle on something that isn't currently happening. Some of the points that I've made earlier about the profit margins. I'm less interested in the profit margins and more interested in the economics. We had a long discussion in committee about the outside analysis, not the one done by a former colleague on the council, Mr. Sesker, but an outside analysis. And Ms. Wright, the planning director, spoke at length about that particular analysis, which demonstrated that without this incentive, the project that has been mentioned at Grosvenor doesn't go through. And that's probably the most attractive of the potential projects that could happen, much less the other sites that have been discussed at Forest Glen and Wheaton and Glenmont, where we very much would like to see this type of activity and this type of growth. We've also talked about the $40 million of investment that the county was prepared to make at Wheaton in cash, in upfront money, as opposed to in foregoing money that we otherwise wouldn't have, just to have a chance to create the type of development that we're talking about here that will not cost us money in terms of paying out taxpayer money, but foregoing money that we otherwise wouldn't be receiving. And so I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of friends and colleagues and former colleagues and stakeholders. Certainly, I wish there was a way to reconcile this and make it work. Unfortunately, I don't believe that there is, and for that reason, I won't be supporting the amendment, and hope we can move the full bill forward beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate the discussion. I'll be brief. This is my last amendment and my last point here. I wish we had more time. I was discussing this with a colleague a moment ago, because there's significant disagreement between the memo that Mr. Sesker wrote and some of our folks who represent the people who work on these projects about the wage differential, for example, that this is being based on. When I asked the Grosvenor project, again, the one project we have information, it's been proposed. It was proposed before a potential abatement and has been approved. They kind of back of the envelope said, well, it would take up 80% of the abatement if we did prevailing wage, not 100%. And then I found out that analysis, or that, roughly that analysis, was based on the entire construction budget, not just the labor costs, which is what the wage costs, which is what prevailing wage would address, the labor costs. It also didn't factor in studies that have shown that when you have a prevailing wage, that the skilled construction workers and more capital equipment are utilized, and material costs, fuel costs, and retained earnings help lower the cost of the project. So I just wish this is something that, we're going to have to dig into. I wish we had longer to talk about it. I don't think it's as clear cut. I understand my colleagues wanting to protect the meaningful nature of the incentive, which I understand, but having folks being able to be paid a prevailing wage, working on what I agree with Councilmember Glass is, for all intents and purposes, public land used for public purposes, is an important point. And, I think it's something that, I would hope we would think about in this case in going forward in support of this amendment. So I'll pause there. The last thing I'll say, because I'm going to give the floor up at this point, is if a project is not feasible in the marketplace, on top of metro property at a high-rise level, because it's the most expensive, if it's not able to be delivered, when factoring in all the costs associated with it, with paying people a fair wage and providing for affordable housing, I think there's an underlying question of which I'm still weighing with at this moment, is whether we should be incentivizing something that the market wouldn't bear when you have projects that go forward. And it's not an all or nothing. Again, I lived in Lenox Park across from Silver Spring Metro, high-rise development, on top of metros in other parts of the county, in Twinbrook and Wheaton. You have mid-rise development that yields 279, 80 units, and that we haven't subsidized. I think we have to ask that core question: should we be giving up potentially hundreds of millions of dollars in potential property tax revenue to subsidize something that's unaffordable for most of our residents, and that the market wouldn't bear? So I appreciate the conversation and the amendments on the floor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember Friedson.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I don't want to belabor the point. I mean, I just, as a point of clarification, I mean, the whole idea of incentivizing something that the market wouldn't bear is the premise behind an incentive. I'm not sure when and why we would provide an incentive to something that the market does bear. I do recognize the fact that the payment of working folks and what they're able to pay and whether or not they can live in the county and whether or not they can afford their lives is a really important question. I think it's a similarly important and very difficult question on affordable housing projects like the recreation department on public land, which does not have a prevailing wage, and like just about every other affordable housing project that the county invests in one form or another. A lot of times that's through a combination of foregoing taxes and the payment of HIF funds and other significant millions or tens of millions of dollars in outright investment. I do think that these are big questions, things that we really ought to think about. I think it's a sad state of affairs of the broader macroeconomic conditions that we find ourselves in that needs work and needs repairing. I'm not sure that this body is capable of changing the dynamics of those individual macroeconomic factors. I think this is a micro level decision that we have to make on individual projects and whether or not we believe that the overall benefit, while certainly not perfect, outweighs some of the challenges and whether it's a net benefit to the public. And I think there are respectful, reasonable minds and that can disagree on exactly how and how to get there. And I appreciate this discussion, appreciate the broader discussion on this bill, and I think we're ready for it.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councilmember Jawando, seconded by Vice President Hucker. We're dealing with the prevailing wage here. All those in favor of the motion of the amendment, please raise your hand. And that is 4. That is Councilmember Jawando, Council Vice President Hucker, Councilmember Glass, and Councilmember Katz. All those opposed, same sign. And let me guess, that will be 5. That's Councilmember Albernaz, Councilmember Friedson, Councilmember Reamer, Councilmember Navarro, and Councilmember Rice. So it fails 4-5. Thank you. And with that, we're going to move to Councilmember Albernaz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know we've been on this topic for a long time, so I will be as brief as I can be. I did have some just general comments regarding the bill, alluding to a statement I said earlier, and I really think this is important. We have not been able to get so much as a nibble in terms of economic interest within a number of these properties for way too long. And I do think that there is an opportunity on the horizon. COVID has completely changed the paradigm. And there will be many more residents locally and regionally that will be looking at suburbs, that will be looking at Montgomery County in ways that they may not have prior to COVID. And having a housing stock and expanding the opportunities and options for families and individuals is critical, and I think an opportunity on the horizon. So I think the timing of this is important, and that it does send the message to our entire region and to our community pushing for economic development that we hear you and we need to move aggressively in this direction. Having said that, this is a significant support and a significant incentive. And I have discussed with all of my colleagues the need to balance that significant incentive with more of a public benefit. And so what I'd like to propose, Mr. Council President, is that at least 25% of the workers constructing the qualifying project are residents of the county while performing the work. The regulation must also require that the developer must provide a quarterly report to the executive during construction, demonstrating compliance with the conditions for receiving a payment in lieu of taxes. The specific language was circulated to all of my colleagues' offices. I believe that this enhances the bill by providing an additional public benefit that ensures an important percentage of the jobs that would be created as a result of these projects go to Montgomery County residents. And so I'd like to move that motion.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Reamer.
Councilmember Rice, I think, second.
Oh, Councilmember Rice had the second. Okay. Councilmember Rice, you're the next speaker, please.
Well, thank you very much. And I really want to thank Councilmember Albornoz and for his visionary thinking. And I say that because it's oftentimes great when we can work together on something and not even be working together. The reality is that I have been focused in standing up trades within Montgomery County Public Schools, something that has been a very big deal for us. We focused on it in the Kerwin Commission recommendations. And so while it's not an amendment to Councilmember Albornoz's amendment, I do want to put for public record out there, we have students in MCPS who are qualified to actually work on construction jobs in their senior year and would love to have them play a role. And so this is also for those construction companies that are out there to know that there's a resource, our kids here in Montgomery County. So you get to satisfy the requirements of having some folks that are local and have it be young people who are looking for experience to be able to jumpstart them into these career pathways. And so it really is a win-win all around. I just want to make that a saleable point for any of the companies out there that are concerned, where are we going to possibly find some of these folks if we can't find them, whatever the case may be. Well, there's a large contingent of them within Montgomery County Public Schools. And so I really just want to thank Councilmember Albornoz for his great thought in moving this forward, because it is going to tie directly with our objectives, which is about standing up these career pathways when it comes to construction. So thank you very much, sir, and it's an honor to second that amendment. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Friedson.
Yeah, just a quick point of clarification. I'm very supportive of this. I appreciate the thoughtful provision that Councilmember Albornoz has moved forward. I just wanted to get a point of clarification of the residents while performing the work. Is that a point in time? Is that 100% during the time of the work? I mean, it could be a project that takes a year to build or so on. That could be between leases. I just for my own edification, I'm not familiar. I'm just wondering, how that was going to be determined, and and I probably should have asked Councilmember Albornoz before, but this has been fast moving, to be honest with you. So I apologize for not asking before.
Well, it's a good question, Councilmember Friedson. I'm going to defer to Mr. Drummer on the specifics, but I believe that the residency requirement is certainly, I don't know if it's 100%, but it certainly is during the duration of the construction project. At least that's the intent of the amendment. And so I guess to answer your question, I would say that they have to be a resident throughout the duration of the entire construction project.
Okay, I don't know if Mr. Drummer wanted to chime in, but that may answer it.
Happy to take a shot at that. The actual language is at least 25% of the workers constructing the qualifying project were residents of the county while performing the work. So it's, where did you live while you were performing the work? If you were done with your portion of the job and you moved to Virginia, you're still counted. If you didn't live in the county throughout the time you're working on the job, then you're not counted. I will say that this is all going to have to be worked out in a regulation that's already required in the bill, that they could, define that better, or we can take a shot at it here. This is the language that I wrote just recently. So that would be my interpretation, is that you have to be a resident for all the time that you're working on the project, not for the entire project. We're only worried about when you're working on the project.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that. Thanks for the clarification. I think it was an important point of clarification. Sorry I didn't ask it prior, and happy to support this particular amendment.
Okay. Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I too am supportive, and I want to thank Councilmember Albornoz and Rice for having the same thought. I think that this will go a long way to have that kind of benefit. I agree that we're constantly looking for opportunities for some of our young people who are so qualified, so capable. But also, I think that, this follows on many of the procurement decisions that we have made and other efforts that we have made to make sure that our local residents have access and opportunities here. So I think this is a great amendment, and I will be supporting it.
Thank you. Vice President Hooker.
Just clarification, Mr. President. Apologies that my phone had died. Thank you for recognizing me. But maybe it's a question for Mr. Drummer. What does this do? And I support this amendment, and thank you for Councilmember Albornoz for suggesting it. What does this do about the contractors, low-wage contractors who are often brought into this county from the South or other lower wage markets, and then they put their workers up in a hotel to work during the duration of the project, and then they send them home?
They're not residents.
Yeah.
I mean, to be a resident has to be your permanent, residence. You have to have,
Right.
living
I was
in a
hoping you'd say
hotel
that.
while
Thank
you're
you.
working wouldn't be a resident.
Thank you for clarifying.
Right. The fact that you're sleeping here does not make you a resident,
Right.
I believe that's the case. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Chawando.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to my good friend, Mr. Albornoz, for this amendment. I will support it. I think, a job, we want more jobs, and having jobs reserved for our own residents who need them is a good thing. I would, obviously I would like to see, is obviously a double-edged sword in some ways, that our cost of living, to Councilmember Hooker's point, oftentimes folks are brought in from other areas and paid less, and they go back to those areas where that money actually means more. And in this case, the residents who will get these jobs that live here will have to live here, which is a very high cost of living place. So it's connected to the prevailing wage for me, but I think on balance, while I'd like to see them have that wage, I think it's a good amendment to preserve some jobs, so I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, as will I. Councilmember Reamer.
Thank you. Just want to express my appreciation to the sponsor and the second. I think this is a really terrific addition to this legislation, and I know that this has been a tough conversation to, think through how we can leverage additional public benefits around labor and around employment and workforce. But what I think is really valuable about this proposal is that it will, as Councilmember Rice said, help tie into our workforce pipelines, and it'll strengthen a broader system. And, I think that's really beneficial. So I think it's a good way for us to expand the public benefit of the proposal. And I think it's a really smart idea. So I just want to thank the sponsor and the second for, their support of the legislation and their support of this amendment.
Thank you. Councilmember Rice.
Just very quickly, and I apologize, there's one more piece of this that I also forgot, and Councilmember Reamer, you touched on it. Our returning citizens that are coming from our jails and correctional facilities, who oftentimes go into construction trades, who are school-age children, go through the Conservation Corps, also are a key tenet of this. I mean, this is feeding all of these kinds of things where they're normally struggling to find jobs, and having guaranteed a locked-out percentage of those opportunities to be able to access is going to be huge. And so it really is going to mean a pipeline going directly from.
You just froze. Councilmember Rice, you just froze. We're going to have to come back to you. Thank you. Let me see if I can get him back.
Mr. Council President, it's almost 3:30. I think you had said you were going to break anyway.
I know that, but I wasn't going to interrupt this
Right.
discussion. We will go to the interviews right after this. Councilmember Rice, are you still there? All right, not picking him back up. Okay.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
You-
I hope you heard the end of it.
Okay. Well, we heard you right at the pipeline. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
so
you.
So yeah, it's thank you very much.
Okay. Are there any other speakers on this amendment? Okay. It's been moved by Councilmember Albernaz, seconded by Councilmember Rice. All those who are in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. And that carries unanimously. Thank you. And next, Councilmember Rice, on the original list that I had, and this has gotten a little confusing, you were on that original list. Are you finished with your statements?
I'm good.
You're good. Okay. Yep. Councilmember Friedson, you are next on the list.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I left my major comments at committee since I talked in detail about the broad strokes in the interest of time. I will reserve that here as well, but I did want to propose, there has been a number of conversations with lots of colleagues, several stakeholders on the interest in a sunset for this particular provision. This was discussed to a certain extent during committee. There were concerns about what impact it would have for projects at different stages of the planning process. I think in our late conversations here, we've reached what I believe is a very good compromise that maintains the integrity and purpose and intent of the bill while reflecting the understandable interest to have a sunset. The date would be 12 years, which was a compromise. Some wanted 10 years, some wanted 15 years, 12 years was in the middle, and it will read as follows. A qualifying development is eligible and includes all buildings within its preliminary plan, so long as the preliminary plan's approval occurs before December 31st, 2032. For single buildings not part of a multi-building preliminary plan, the building is eligible so long as the sketch or site plan approval occurs before December 31st, 2032. That's the amendment. The purpose of this is that buildings are not all built together. Site plans work together. Financing for many of these deals work as part of a broader project. We wanted to make sure that we maintain that as part of this, but I did and continue to understand the interest in having a sunset for a provision like this, which is frankly market-based. As we talked about before, getting the type of high-rise housing, I think this strikes an appropriate balance. I think it reflects the significant advocacy that we've heard over the last week or so. And I think this reflects at least many of the conversations that I have had with colleagues, and I've spoken with the co-lead sponsor and the co-chairs of the committees. And I don't want to speak for them, but they were actively involved in reaching this outcome. So I would put it forward, look for a second.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Friedson, seconded by Councilmember Reamer. I see no other speakers on this. Mr. Drummer, you're clear. Is that correct on this?
I haven't actually seen this one. I'd appreciate it if someone would send it to me in writing, and I'll get it into the bill. But I need to have it today or early tomorrow to get it into the bill.
Okay, Councilman Friedson, can you?
You
do
have
that,
it now. Yep.
I had a feeling that as fast as his fingers would move, you could get it, Mr. Drummer. It's been moved by Councilmember Friedson, seconded by Councilmember Reamer. All those in favor of this amendment, please raise your hand. And then I was going to say, Councilmember Friedson, I have a feeling you're going to vote for this. It passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers on this totally? Council Vice President Hucker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry that my phone has died and my laptop was about to. I just want to chime in. I appreciate all the amendments, and I certainly appreciate the hard work from both the lead sponsors. I appreciate all the attention and the hard work that's gone into it. I, at this point, don't feel comfortable voting for the bill in this posture, and especially at this time. I just want to quickly explain. So no one gets confused, as I think all of you know, I'm a strong supporter of transit-oriented development, was a co-sponsor of Governor O'Malley and Secretary Porcari's first TOD bill at the state that set the policy at the state level. and an enthusiastic supporter of our housing goals, voting for it here and at COG. But as Councilmember Jawando explained very well, this bill is really all about competing priority, and there are judgment calls involved in how we reach those competing goals. I know we need to incentivize development that meets our policy goals. Often the market is not enough, but I believe it's best done on a targeted and case-by-case basis in ways that use our limited public dollars to meet as many public priorities as possible. For example, I talked to United Therapeutics yesterday. They want to expand in Silver Spring, which is terrific. They're not looking for an incentive from the county. If they or Jeff Bezos or Dan Snyder wanted to build a luxury high-rise at Metro, I don't believe United Therapeutics would ask for it. I don't believe they all would need our help. I don't want to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I appreciate what Councilmember Navarro said about the competing priorities here, and I'm not waiting for the perfect bill. This is a judgment call, but two final points. One, the developers I've spoken to who have considered developing at Metro, say their reluctance has a lot to do with Metro's bureaucracy and their leasing costs and not the property itself. There has been a discussion of the market, but this is, to me, less about the market in many cases than the cost, certainly at the 13 stations, less about the market than the cost of dealing with Metro, both financially and the hassle of having them as your landlord. Many of you have mentioned that there's been lots of development right next to Metro and not on Metro properties. I think that underscores the argument that this has more to do with Metro than it does with the market. And ideally, I hope we could use our leverage with COG and with the state to work with Metro to remove some of those remaining barriers of developing on top of Metro properties. And second, voters are already voting on the Ficker Amendment, which would put a stranglehold, as we all know, on future county budgets. And to me, it would be better to put off taking up broad, long-range incentives until we know more about our future budget outlook, which is very uncertain at this time. I understand the year 2 issue. That doesn't fully address the concern. Councilmember Reamer said last week that reasonable, well-intentioned people can disagree, and it's at this spirit. I think this bill's not quite good enough, and I'm more comfortable respectfully voting against the bill at this time. I certainly would be happy to work with anyone involved on additional targeted ways to meet our housing and our TOD goals. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief as well. I literally didn't know where I was going to be depending on where this conversation went. And I think that shows how hard and difficult and how many factors we're weighing in this conversation about public benefit. One of the things that I think has weighed on me, and there's a point in any discussion, or whether it's a bill vote or a discussion with your spouse, or you know what you're going to do when you listen to your gut. And I think in this instance, I'm not going to be able to support the bill either. When I thought about the price, what we're foregoing in potential property tax revenue, I mentioned the $1.2 million, for example, on the Grosvenor property, which is based on the Strathmore number, which is, relative numbers that Gene Smith, our great council staff, did. That was actually for one building. And the proposed project would have 7 buildings. So that amount is going to be magnified by some level. And I think though the low estimate is in tens of millions, potentially hundreds of millions of dollars, and we're not going to be able to pay a prevailing wage. We have very limited affordability. I appreciate that we're going to have some levels of deeper affordability, but 3.5% of the units, because it's 25% of 15%, I think, if I do my math right. And so I just think this isn't, with no ability for DHCA to kick the tires. I think I would love to have seen these in individual proposals, like Mr. Hooker said. If an EDF project came forward for Grosvenor and we could support to get something over the finish line, I think that's a good way to approach it, and we should do that. But I think given what the unprecedented nature and what we are potentially giving up here to subsidize the highest cost, highest rent housing in the county and anywhere, I just don't think it's a good trade. And so for those reasons, I won't be supporting it, but appreciate the discussion and look forward to working with my colleagues going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Reamer.
Thank you. Totally respect that there's different views on this, and I don't want to engage in, I'm not seeking to respond to Mr. Joando, but I just wanted to, this has been a general comment about the legislation. I think especially with the sunset that we've approved, this incentive expires in 10 years, 12 years. I think it is truly the case that I just don't think this development is going to happen without the incentive. So the assertion is sometimes made that we are foregoing money that we would otherwise collect. That's truly the heart of the issue. If you believe that we would collect this money anyway, the property tax, then you should vote no. I don't. I think if we don't do this, I think these metro stations are going to remain just the way they are, parking lots, empty space for at least the next 12 years. And that is why I'm supporting this. I truly think we are not foregoing money that we would otherwise collect. And I think when you look at the value of all these stations and the property taxes that we could collect, to me, that's even more urgency to get this done so that we can actually start getting the benefit of investment at those stations. So I thank you. I thank all my colleagues for an incredible deliberation. This has been intense, and I think this is very significant. And I especially want to thank my co-lead sponsor, Mr. Friedson, my co-chair, Ms. Navarro, and Mr. Albornoz for incredibly thoughtful deliberation, Mr. Rice, incredibly thoughtful deliberation, and all my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to be supporting this as well. This is far from a perfect bill, as was mentioned, but at the bottom line, the end of the day, this bill was needed for a lot of reasons. I think that the amendments that failed, candidly, would have been helpful to it beyond what we're going to be voting on in a few moments. But I will support this. I believe Montgomery County does need additional help for the economic development side. And as I say, I don't think this one's a perfect one, but I think it does take a small step in the right direction. Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to express my appreciation to Councilmember Reamer, Councilmember Friedson, all my colleagues who have, in very good faith, deliberated on this issue. It's been quite a while, and we have done a lot of, talking and studying and meeting and listening. But as I said earlier, I think for me, what guides my decision on this particular bill is the notion that we have a responsibility to make sure that this county continues to be that amazing county where people so much appreciate quality of life, where we can make sure that we can create the kinds of economic activity that will benefit everybody, because this is not an isolated decision. This is a part of a larger puzzle, a puzzle that we need to make sure we continue to push forward. As I said earlier, this council committed to moving forward economic development strategies because we recognize that it's going to take everybody doing this. And I speak as an immigrant, and I can say that for the immigrant community in particular, the interest of coming to another country is to make sure that we can stimulate, that we can take advantage of incredible opportunities. It is to make sure that we can promote economic development and expand on access to opportunities. And so I think it is our responsibility to look at the larger picture and understand that no one particular proposal is going to be 100% perfect, but we're going to have to be bold, because it is absolutely the case that although many of us have tried very hard and have succeeded in many ways, in totality, this county needs to move forward, to have more economic activity, to realize this issue of housing, to produce more housing units. And therefore, I think that this particular decision, this particular bill will help us get closer to that ultimate goal. It is about progress. And to be progressive means that you're looking at how do you expand those opportunities and access to those opportunities. So thank you to all my colleagues. And of course, I will be supporting the bill as amended.
Thank you. Councilmember Friedson.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you to the co-chairs of the committee. Thanks to all colleagues in committee, in this session, in between sessions. There have been significant, deliberative, sober, and serious conversations. And the details of this bill are really hard and were difficult. And I would be the first to admit that not all of them were easy. Some of them, there were changing views and evolving views over time as we worked through it. But the overarching goal of the bill, to me, is not difficult at all. If we want to create the type of livable, walkable, accessible communities that we talk about, if we want to realize the visions that we sell to the public of these beautiful master plans that we've created, if we want to attract the type of residents and businesses and private investment that we need to maintain our quality of life in Montgomery County, if we want to turn parking lots into actual places for people, and if we want to be serious and turn the rhetoric of our housing targets and our housing goals, our environmental sustainability goals, and our economic development goals into a reality, we can't accept the status quo. We can't allow ourselves to do nothing and expect for things to change. For too long, we have rested on our laurels that this is in fact and will continue to be a really great place as everybody else around us stepped up their game. And that regional competition has gotten harder and harder for the type of residents we need, businesses that we need, talent that we need, investment that we need in order to keep moving the envelope like we always have, and being a place where we're willing to take risks and we're asking residents and businesses and investors to take risks, betting on Montgomery County. And we have to take a bet on ourselves sometimes, and we have to take a bet on all the assets that we have. And if not now, then when? If not at our metro stations, at our most desirable places, then where? And if not on the key areas of housing and environmental sustainability and economic development, then I'm not sure why we're here. So there are tough votes here. There were tough votes on these amendments. I appreciate that. Many of them were tough for me too. We were elected to take tough votes. I take that seriously. I take that obligation and responsibility soberly. And I am very appreciative. I look forward to a final vote on this bill and hopefully moving forward and seeing some actual investment and actual shovels in the ground and the type of results that I think this bill is capable of helping to create to reach those transit goals, the housing goals, and the economic development goals that we all have worked so hard to promote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Rice.
Thank you very much, Council President. And you know, it's kind of interesting because living here and living here all my life, it's easy to get caught up in the, well, you know, maybe we're doing too much development. Maybe it shouldn't be that we should try and seize every opportunity to develop more in this county. You live here, you have a home, you have a place. But for those folks who continue to come here, to want to be a part of Montgomery County and the special place that we call home, means that we need to develop more. If we are to try and keep those prices at least stagnant, that means more inventory. That means having more ability for folks to locate at places that are convenient. If we want to be real about our goals when it comes to climate change and saying that we need to develop more around metro stations, this is an opportunity. You know, these are the kinds of things where, again, we have to sometimes put our money where our mouth is and not just preach about these things, but actually make them come to fruition. And the simple fact of the matter is that we also get these other ancillary goals as a part of it, right? And these aren't things like I was saying before, and unfortunately my computer cut off, but I mean, it's real when you talk about a person being able to have a job and work on a construction site and have that change their lives as they're coming out of jail. That's a big deal. That is something that is a part of our goals as well, beyond the simple fact of, yes, we need to collect property taxes and make sure that we keep our government running. We need to do all of them, but I don't put one as higher than the other. They're all things that we need to attain and we need to strive for. And so while this bill isn't perfect, it certainly gets us and checks on a lot of those levels of a lot of things that are going to do a lot of good for our community. And if we have to give up a little bit in terms of property tax to achieve a lot of those things, then I think it's well worth it. I do understand, again, that this is a judgment call. And so no one can say what judgment is right for another person and what's right for the general community. We've heard from community members who support it. We've heard from community members who are concerned. But at the end of the day, let me just say this. For those of you who have metro stations in your district, count yourself lucky. Those are things where my constituents are saying, hey, they support this ideology and wish we had a metro station where we could see development and have additional accoutrements coming to those areas, because we know that development helps to spawn some of the additional resources that come along with that. We've seen it throughout this county. It's one of the reasons why our residents fight for it, because they know that it's not just about that development that goes there, but it's the parks and the transportation and all the other development, the ancillary things that go along with it from commercial development that help support our great way of life here in Montgomery County that also are attached. And so from that perspective, that's the reason why I think this is the right thing for us to do. That's the reason why I think it's in line with who we are as a county to continue to foster for affordable housing and more housing opportunities for folks, and tying it into so many other opportunities that people will have. And now, thanks to Councilmember Albornoz's amendment, residents will have here in Montgomery County. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Glass.
Thank you, Mr. President. Montgomery County is facing a housing crisis. And according to the Washington Council of Governments, COG, we have to build 41,000 units by the year 2030. And of those 41,000 units, 23,100 units need to be affordable. And these are goals that we all have subscribed to. And as a council passed a resolution to 19 months ago or so under then Council President Navarro's leadership. And we need to keep working towards those goals. And the amendment that we unanimously approved here today for this piece of legislation supports affordable housing by changing the formulas that this piece of legislation would promote. And so I think those are steps in the right direction, because we know we need to have more housing and more affordable housing. The other thing that we need to do is improve our environmental policies here, not only in Montgomery County, but globally. The world is on fire. And as we think about how we accommodate the tens of thousands of people who need homes, let alone the millions, 1.1 million people here, and the millions in the DC region who commute every single day, we want them to be doing so in an environmentally friendly manner. And I can't think of really any other, aside from walking or biking, there really is no environmentally friendly manner better than public transportation. And what this bill will ultimately do is provide the affordable housing and increase our goals to make sure everybody is housed here in Montgomery County, particularly people who don't yet live here, because we have no walls here in Montgomery County, and we want people to be able to keep coming, and do so in an environmentally friendly manner, which is the epitome of smart growth. And yes, this is not perfect. And yes, I would have preferred a prevailing wage, but I understand that our environment is important. And I understand that affordable housing and housing in general is important. And I will not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I will support this. And I appreciate the work of the Fed Committee and the GO Committee and all of my colleagues through this thoughtful, deliberative conversation today. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank you very much. This is a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Mr. Glass.
Yes.
Mr. Glass votes yes. Mr. Tawando.
No.
Mr. Tawando votes no. Mr. Reamer.
Yes.
Mr. Reamer votes yes. Ms. Navarro. Ms.
Yes.
Navarro votes yes. Mr. Albornoz.
Yes.
Mr. Albornoz votes yes. Mr. Rice.
Yes.
Mr. Rice votes yes. Mr. Friedson.
Yes.
Mr. Friedson votes yes. Mr. Hucker.
No.
Mr. Hucker votes no. Mr. Katz.
Yes. So it carries 7-2. Thank you very much. All right. So as you all might recall, many hours ago at this point, I said we were going to take a little break from the legislative day, because it was going to happen at 2:30, go to interviews, which we're going to do now. Interviews for both county executive, it's two different interviews, county executive appointee for the chief behavioral health and crisis services, followed by interviews for the Montgomery College Board of Directors. Then we will have to come back. My question to everyone here is, do you want to continue with the agenda as it is now, and we'd come back and do Bill 3120, public campaign financing amendments? Do you want to postpone that to another day? And then we also have the district council session, which I have to say, Councilmember Reamer predicted this yesterday when he was talking to me. So I'm going to ask him what the number is going to be for tomorrow, just to see how good he really is. But he thought that this session would go pretty late. And so we're also supposed to have the district council session on ZTA 2001, and it's really a conversation rather than a vote on that. What is the will of the council? Do you want to continue afterwards? If someone is waiting for those other bills, I didn't want them to stay. If they certainly are welcome to, but they wouldn't have to, thinking that we were going to get to it if we are not. I'm fine to keep going, but I'd like to hear the will of the council, please. So I know where you are.
Who's going to go first?
It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. We're here on Tuesday, and we stay on Tuesday. So I think we should just go through.
Keep going.
I think we can dispose of. I think we can dispose of the public election bill. I think we should be okay with that.
Postpone the solar. You're saying? Is that what you're saying, Councilmember Navarro? Yes.
Could I ask,
Yes.
Mr. President, how many interviews do we have? How long do we think that those are likely to be?
Well, first off, you can predict just as well as I can or can't. We have we have two different interviews. We have one for the first one for the Dr. Santiago, and then the second one is for Chief Behavior Health and Crisis Services. And then the second interview grouping that we'll have is Dr. Sharice Hunter and Ms. Aletha Lloyd-White, who are from the nominating committee for the Montgomery College Board of Trustees, those interviews. So it's 3 people total, but it's 2 different interviews.
So I think we'd likely at 5 o'clock, before we finish the GL committee bill and the 2 interviews.
I think that would be fair. I think that we'd have to be moving along to be doing that, but I think that would be fair.
I mean, I would defer to the will of the body. I think it'd be fine to have our discussion of the farm solar issue next week, but I'm certainly comfortable proceeding post 5 o'clock myself. So,
okay.
I have a hard stop at 5:30, Mr. Council President, but other than that, I'm good.
Well, that's sort of that's a deal breaker for me. Then I would hate to not have the full council here for the farm solar discussion. So I think it's fine to postpone personally.
Well, then let's postpone that. I do want to say before we get into that, it is my intention to ask about a task force for solar, and the people who are listening today about solar have probably heard me say that on many more than one occasion. So what I am going to do is hopefully we can put this on for next week on our agenda. And I will, as a part of that agenda, put on that a discussion about a resolution for a task force, so that we don't have to. It would be an introduction for that resolution, and so that we can then go forward to have the discussion, or to actually cause the task force to go forward the following week, so it doesn't keep dragging on. That's part of the concern for this. So, to be clear, at this point, we will not have the discussion on the ZTA 2001 solar collection system and the AR zone standards. That will be next week for that. But we are going to do the interviews and come back and do Bill 3120 for the public campaign financing amendments. And hopefully we'll be finished that by 5:30. Yes, sir, Mr. Reamer. Councilmember Reamer.
Since we will not be taking up farm solar today, but you have raised your interest in a task force, I just wanted to say I was planning to say why I thought that was not the direction we would want to go. So we're not going to get into it today, but I do think that we all need to give some real thought to that over the course of the next week. So.
And I will ask people to do the same from a positive side. So thank you very much. All right. So with that, we are now going to item number 9. We'll then go to item number 10 and then come back and do item 8D. So item number 9 is Dr. Yes, he is. I see his picture on. Dr. Santiago is here. Dr. Raymond Crowell is here. Dr. Santiago, are you able to? Yes, there you are. How are you? Thank you for waiting. My intentions were good. They didn't work out, but they were good to try to do this a little earlier for you. We have a series of 8 questions, and then if my colleagues have any questions beyond that, they will ask them afterwards. I have the formal questions. So thank you, Dr. Santiago, for being with us, and we will move right along on this if it's possible. Number 1, please describe your experience, background, and education as each relates to the position of Chief Behavioral Health and Crisis Services for the Department of Health and Human Services. You're on mute. I think all conversations anymore start, am I on mute or you are on mute? All conversations from here on out have done that. And you're still on mute. There you go.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I've really enjoyed actually the entire hour. I saw a lot of resilience, a lot of behavioral health in the wonderful dialogue.
Yeah, that's right. You can get another PhD based on it. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Absolutely. Dr. Kroll was going to make some initial comments, and if that's okay with you.
That's perfectly all right. Dr. Kroll, please.
So good afternoon, Council President Katz and HHS Committee Chairman Albornoz and members of the County Council. Making decisions and getting to the right place takes time, and it just simply does. So I'm delighted to introduce Rolando Santiago to you today and to recommend him to you for confirmation as the new Chair of Behavioral Health and Crisis Services. I've had a chance to know him since the 1990s when I had noticeably less gray hair than I do today. When we were doing systems of care work for children and families with emotional disturbances, I was running one of the systems of care grants for SAMHSA, and Dr. Santiago was serving as the director of evaluations for a sister site in South Bronx. We did a lot of learning together, and Rolando went on to head the national evaluation for systems of care. And during his time there, he oversaw the evaluations for over 90 systems of care communities across the country. He had a serious reputation for being an incredible leader and for a drive to make sure that we were doing the right things around rigor in our evaluation of what we were doing in service delivery. Kind of evaluation that I very seldom have seen since those days. As a young clinician, I understood a lot about clinical services. I was a hot shot, and I just knew everything that I was doing was right, and I was totally sure of the correctness of what I was doing. But I knew a lot less about the importance of evaluating my efforts to make sure they were working, and then how to promote those programs that were working. And I was not alone in that sort of position, sureness of my position. Dr. Santiago had some patient guidance for us, and over time he gave us some much needed skills that have stayed with me over the years. How to think about outcomes and goals, understanding the difference between an outcome and a goal, and how you measure that, and understanding what was actually making a difference in the lives of children and families, which was often not what we thought it was. And he guided our thinking around creating sustainable practices in mental health. And we shared a lot. We went back and forth. So he learned some things, we learned some things, and I think that has helped him and me through our respective careers. So we've stayed in touch off and on, conferences and communications, various communications. But I was kind of surprised when he expressed some interest, and I was pleasantly surprised. And as he interviewed for this job, it was clear to me that he brings some skills that we need. Some of those core lessons that we learned from those early years, but also some lessons that he's picked up on leadership and managing change and translating practice into action. The importance that we share around service integration and the vital role of family and community in healing, just to name a few things. When I transitioned to this job as director, I was obviously concerned about who's going to take the job that I had poured 10 years of my life into. But in making that selection, I'm also looking at the needs of the department at its most senior level. And as this pandemic has engulfed us, I've continued to think about that leadership and what the department needs to grow. I set 4 priorities at the start of this: ready access, painless navigation, effective and supported staff, and equity. The pandemic has clearly demonstrated that those priorities are the right ones and never more in need for this department. It's what the department needs and the county needs. And I think not just for someone, I need someone not just to head the currently strong clinical team in behavioral health, but to add to the department's senior leadership, someone who understands and believes that serving community requires the collective efforts of the department and that no one service area is going to do it alone. That the job is not just programs in the service area, but partnerships with or the department, but partnerships with other agencies and departments, and that the voices of community we serve have to be listened to, understood, and respected in shaping our work. Dr. Santiago brings what the department needs to build our strengths, and I believe he will add to the ability to chart new directions through and beyond this pandemic. Aside from those qualities that I just mentioned, Rolando is an incredible human being with a strong moral compass and a great personality, and he's a consummate bridge builder. For those reasons and a lot more, I recommend him without reservation to serve as our next Chief of Behavioral Health and Crisis Services for the county. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Santiago, please describe your experience, background, and education as each relates to the position of Chief Behavioral Health and Crisis Services for the Department of Health and Human Services.
Okay. Thank you again for this opportunity, and thank you also for the council members that I was able to interview on a one-on-one basis. I really appreciated that opportunity. My professional experience relevant to this position has been extensive. Dr. Kroll has mentioned some of it. I spent 10 years directing large-scale evaluations of community-based services for children and adolescents with serious emotional disturbances in the South Bronx, but also at the federal level when I directed the national evaluation of over 90 systems of care funded through the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, commonly known as SAMHSA. SAMHSA also, at SAMHSA, I also had the opportunity to visit several county-based systems of care in places like Pima County, Arizona, Greenwood County, South Carolina, also the systems of care in the state of Delaware, the city of New York, and Puerto Rico. In addition, my background includes serving for 5 years on the National Board of Mennonite Health Services Alliance. This is an association of faith-based healthcare providers across the country with combined assets of about $2 billion, if not more. I served another 6 years on the board of the Partnership for Public Health here in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, that advocated for a new public health department. They continue to advocate for that. More locally in Montgomery County, I served for 7 years on the board and on the senior staff of Jubilee Association of Maryland, whom many of you will recognize as a high quality service provider in the area of intellectual and developmental disabilities. I have also lectured at the Johns Hopkins School of Public Health, Bloomberg School of Public Health for the last 15 years in the area of faith-based organizations involved in public health and global health. I also have 15 years of executive leadership and senior management experience in the nonprofit sector, and I believe this experience in leadership provides me with the type of know-how and experience that is needed to lead behavioral health and crisis services. Let me mention a couple other experiences in my work history that I treasure and I consider also relevant. In my junior year in college, I served as a caseworker at Ayuda Incorporated, which is a legal aid immigration agency in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. It helped me engage deeply with the immigrant community from Central America, from South America, the Caribbean, and even other countries around the world. And those populations were very, very similar to the ones that we have in Montgomery County. During graduate school, I also taught in college prep courses in maximum and medium security prisons in the state of New York. And that made me, I became, through that experience, intimately familiar with the incarceration experience. And some of that will be important in the types of relationships that we will need to build in behavioral health and crisis services. My PhD training is in educational psychology. It is not clinical psychology. I have been able to apply the skills from my graduate training and research and in human development, especially in aspects that are directly related to behavioral health. For example, I've developed in that training a perspective that behavioral health needs and substance use needs to be addressed from a lifespan perspective, from birth to the end of life. I would be remiss if I didn't include in my background how fortunate I was to be born in Puerto Rico and spend 20 years of my life growing up there and going to school there and marrying my beloved wife, Raquel, who is also from Puerto Rico. And together, she and I have raised wonderful, tight-knit family with 2 grown-up children, some grandchildren. The 2 children went to Jackson Road Elementary School, White Oak Middle School, Springbrook High School in the Montgomery County schools. They were also deeply involved in sports and the music arts here in the county. Montgomery County offered them and offered our family opportunities that are often not available to other families around the country, and we are very, very grateful.
Thank you. Describe your understanding of the duties of this position.
Yeah, thank you for this question. Rather than listing the duties one by one in the job description, let me summarize what I feel are the 3 key areas. The first area is management. I will be managing an amazing array of behavioral health and substance use services and professionals that are aiming to increase the well-being of the people of Montgomery County and that allow them to thrive, to feel welcomed, and to feel safe in this county. To manage these services effectively, I need to ensure that I plan and supervise the functions of assessment, policy development, education, and quality assurance, and also to encourage staff to participate actively in these efforts. I also need to ensure that services are effective, well evaluated, and that we exercise effective fiscal and management controls. And I also need to make sure that staff have available the best possible training opportunities for their own professional development. The second area is building partnerships. Dr. Crow mentioned that in his opening statements. I will need to create partnerships between agencies in the public and private sectors so that services provided through behavioral health and crisis services are very well coordinated. And the third area is serving as ambassador. I need to be an ambassador for behavioral health and crisis services of the county among clients, but also among all the residents of Montgomery County if we continue to apply a public health approach. I will need to communicate effectively with our county residents about the excellent services that we provide in behavioral health and substance use. But then I also need to serve as an ambassador among representatives of government offices at the local, state, and federal levels that are relevant to the work of behavioral health, substance use, and crisis services.
Okay, thank you. Please explain your understanding of your role as it relates to the council.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I see my role with the council in three important ways. First, I need to ensure that there is a strong flow of information from behavioral health and crisis services to the council and to the council staff to support the council's efforts to enact innovative policies that will strengthen a system of coordinated behavioral health, substance use, and crisis services accessible to people living in Montgomery County. Second, when we're in the process of enacting, or when you are in the process of enacting the county budget that the executive has submitted to you, I need to be available to you to explain clearly the needs and the outcomes that justify the behavioral health and crisis services budget items. In the end, my goal will be to provide you with information that you need to enact a sound and sustainable budget for the county. And then third, I believe that behavioral health and crisis services and the council can be strong partners in communicating messages to the community about how residents can access our services, but also communicating messages on how all our county residents can promote and build their own behavioral health and well-being. But perhaps most importantly, I hope I can develop a strong collegial relationship with each of you that allows for constructive dialogue on how to best serve our county residents together, especially in the area of behavioral health, substance use, and crisis services.
Thank you. Mental health support and addiction treatment has always been critical, but they have taken on different characteristics and urgencies from the impact of the pandemic. These impacts may stay with people of all ages for a long time after the virus threat is mitigated. What are some of the ways you think the county can improve its response and treatment for both mental health and substance abuse addiction?
One of the benefits of the last 4 months of this vetting process, if you will, has been that I've had the chance to study and also to monitor the work that the county has been doing, that you've been doing as well. And from what I've observed, I believe there can be improvements to the pandemic response in three areas. The first is the area of identifying people who are experiencing isolation and becoming invisible. I've noticed from conversations with staff, with community members, and also with many of you that there is a concern that people experiencing mental health and substance use are falling through the cracks or are becoming invisible to our system because they're not coming in for treatment. So this leads me to believe that we need to improve the tools we have for identifying these persons. So when I'm in the position, I will be asking these questions. Do we need to increase outreach personnel? Do we need to improve all forms of outreach and communication, like growing our telehealth efforts? And I know that is currently being done. Do we need to do more in that area? Increasing the use of technological tools like phone and texting and social media, increasing the use of social networks with our clients, and even increasing the use of media to send strong public messages that encourage people to reach out for help. We probably will need to do all of the above. Second, is the area of improving access to behavioral health and substance use services. I have also observed from my conversations that there are indications that mental health and substance use concerns have actually gotten worse during the pandemic, and that we need to ensure that the county has the capacity to deal with a worsening situation. So this leads me to believe that we need to improve our system for accessing services, which means we may need to improve outreach, response times, and service capacity. And the third area is improving our ways of thinking about justice, equity, and ethics when we're creating our budgets. And I observed some of that during the previous discussion. So I know you're committed to those values. From conversations with several of you about possible budget shortfalls during and after the pandemic, no doubt that we will need to prioritize service needs, which means that we will need to apply our best thinking about justice, equity, and ethics when we're establishing these budgets. I'm a firm believer that dollars appropriated for behavioral health and substance use promotion and prevention can go a long way to reducing the need for expensive treatments. One prevention intervention that I have been familiar with for the past 15 years, which I believe can reduce high-end treatment and crisis services, especially among the Latinx and other immigrant populations, is a Bienvenido curriculum. The Bienvenido curriculum is a strengths-based educational curriculum to enhance awareness of mental health, clarify a participant's personal goals for an enhanced quality of life, and develop skills to reduce risk for emotional and behavioral risk associated with mental distress. To summarize, we will need to improve our systems in 3 areas. First, identifying people who are hurting. Second, providing access to services in a worsening situation. And third, making just, equitable, and ethical decisions about who benefits from an array of services that will have limits due to the economic downturn.
Thank you. The county's hospitals have applied for funding to support the county implementing a behavioral health crisis response system that has fidelity to the crisis. Now model, and the council approved funding to expand staffing for the mobile crisis team as first step in this effort. Are you familiar with the Crisis Now model? And how would you work across departments and with nonprofit and health partners to reinvent the behavioral health crisis response system?
Thank you for the question. It indeed is a challenging issue, but first let me applaud the council for passing a bill earlier in the summer to expand mobile crisis units from 1 to 6. I think that was a very, very good move. And yes, I'm familiar with the Crisis Now model. I believe it provides Montgomery County with a good roadmap on how to develop its crisis intervention system to prevent suicides and deaths in violent situations involving mental or substance use issues. And I know you're familiar with some of the incidents that have occurred in the last few years. The 3 main goals of this model are a regional call center, having a regional 24/7 crisis call center that provides crisis intervention capabilities, and it resembles an air traffic control system. The call center connects mobile crisis teams to clients who are experiencing a crisis, and it connects these clients to crisis stabilization programs and then on to outpatient and inpatient services that these clients in crisis may need. Second, the second component is mobile crisis teams. So the second goal is to have mobile crisis teams available to reach any person in the service area in his or her home, workplace, or other settings. And then the third component is crisis stabilization facilities. And this third goal is to establish crisis stabilization facilities that provide short-term observation and support in a home-like non-hospital environment. Now, to implement this model, I'd have to work with different departments in the Montgomery County government and also with the nonprofit in the health sectors. For example, to develop a regional call center that has the capacity of an air traffic control system, we'll have to partner with the state of Maryland and possibly with other governments in the region. We will also need to partner with all the public and private service organizations to create a big data system to connect individuals in crisis to the services that they need, such as mobile crisis teams, the crisis stabilization facilities, and also all the outpatient and patient services that will need to follow. Making the mobile crisis teams effective and functional will also require close collaboration with our law enforcement services, with mental health court and possibly other departments. And then to establish the crisis stabilization facilities, there's no doubt we will need to partner with a nonprofit, the health sector, which may include hospitals. And financing is also important. So we'll need to work with many different public and private sources of funding at the local, state, and national levels. And let me underline public and private sources of funding for different components of this model.
Thank you. How do you envision collaborating with council members and council staff on constituent issues and policy initiatives?
Yeah, I feel I've gotten a nice start by being able to get to know almost all of you in person in our calls. So I'm looking forward to working closely with all of you, all council members, and also the council staff on constituent issues and policy initiatives. In dealing with constituent issues, let me suggest two situations that I think myself and the staff of Behavioral Health and Crisis Services can be helpful. The first situation has to do with times when residents or groups of residents call you or your staff with a particular concern. No matter what the inquiry is, at Behavioral Health and Crisis Services, we will try our best to assist with a response. And I'd like our section to be as responsive as possible to you and of course, to the constituents who are calling. The second situation has to do with the various relevant committees and commissions where we have constituents that are part of those. It will be important that myself and our staff make ourselves present and available to these commissions and committees. With respect to policy initiatives, I hope there is a strong working relationship between Behavioral Health and Crisis Services and you as a council, so that our respective staffs can work with each other to develop the best possible policy initiatives that will strengthen an already excellent array of behavioral health, substance use, and crisis services in the county.
Thank you. As you are aware, the Racial Equity and Social Justice Bill became effective on March 2nd, 2020. And on June 16th, 2020, the council passed a resolution declaring racism a public health crisis. What role will your office take in addressing racial equity and social justice issues? In particular, how can we grow the number of mental health professionals, including social workers, psychologists, and psychiatrists, that reflect the diversity and languages of our residents?
Yeah. First, I'm delighted that Montgomery County has established an Office of Racial Equity and Social Justice. I'm also appreciative that racism has been declared a public health crisis because it recognizes that public health, including behavioral health, has a role to play in eliminating racism and its effects on all the people living in Montgomery County. Behavioral health and crisis services can play three important roles to address racial equity and social justice issues. First, behavioral health and crisis services can provide the data from the population we work with to clearly identify racial and ethnic inequities in several types of data. One type of data is about individual behavioral health outcomes, like the behavioral health needs and outcomes of individuals from different ethnicities, communities of color, and immigrant groups. Another type of data has to do with services that are accessible in or not accessible to our ethnic groups, communities of color, and immigrant groups. Another type of data is about how the entire system is collaborating and coordinating to make a positive impact in the lives of people from our diverse populations. Second, I believe that behavioral health and crisis services should play a role of ensuring that the types of behavioral health and substance use services to our various racial and ethnic communities are appropriate. We know that often members of different racial and ethnic communities have unique needs. We need to ensure that the services provided are appropriate for their needs. That is what justice looks like in the delivery of services for our diverse communities in Montgomery County. And third, and maybe the most important one, is that as public servants, we need to engage with many different communities and make up this great county that we live in. We need to increase efforts to communicate effectively in the languages of these communities, but we also need to make ourselves present in these communities and demonstrate a strong sense of curiosity and interest and passion in connecting with people who are different from us.
Very good. Are there any potential conflicts of interest of which the council should be aware?
I am not aware of any conflicts of interest.
Thank you. We're going to call on the chair of the Health and Human Services Committee, Councilmember Albornoz.
Thank you, Mr. Council President. I know the hour is late, and I've made a note to myself to buy a more comfortable chair moving forward. I want to just express my appreciation to Dr. Crowell for the thoughtful and deliberative approach that he took to filling this position, because as we know, it's a critically important position, particularly now. And Dr. Santiago, I enjoyed our conversation and had the opportunity to meet you when you were at Jubilee, and so was familiar with your work, but really appreciated the open and honest discussion we had. I think you expressed two qualities that I think will serve you well in this role. One is humility, and the other is patience, which I think you're going to need in spades, especially as we deal with everything that we're dealing with right now. We could talk for a long time, but I won't. I promise to my colleagues. We need real system building change in the county. If we hired 1,000 clinical clinicians in public health tomorrow around mental health issues, it still wouldn't be enough to meet the demand that we're seeing in the community, and that's crossing over into our children and youth in ways that are difficult to process and imagine right now. Our senior citizens who are feeling anxious and just the distance that they have felt from their communities. And as you referenced, the changes in criminal justice reform, and I was proud to work with my colleague Tom Hucker on leading that legislation with the full support of all of my colleagues as we look at a paradigm shift in how we address the mental health needs, and so that we don't have to rely so heavily on law enforcement to address those needs. So there is so much to unpack, and it gone are the days, particularly within behavioral health, where it's a standalone division. It crosses over, and always did, into everything else, but never more so than now. And so there's going to be a huge need for significant coalition building with community-based organizations, sister county agencies, and we're going to have to think through that system building to even come close to addressing the needs that we're seeing in the community right now. And I know a lot of people within HHS, who I'm very close to and have a lot of friends over there, are excited about the opportunity to work with you. And you're going to feel immediately just the list of items that you're going to have to get to is very long and growing every day. And I think that another important thing to note that I've observed is that Dr. Krall has done a very good job of understanding the strengths of his team. And people are not just staying in their lanes because they can't. We don't have that luxury anymore. And so I suspect that you are going to be asked to be joining meetings that maybe a year ago you wouldn't have been asked to join. But we are looking for clear and definitive leadership and guidance and help in addressing a number of issues. I do have one question because you addressed so many of them in your responses and in our conversation together. So I'm confident that you will hit the ground running. And I really want to credit my colleague and friend, Nancy Navarro, who has brought this up throughout her entire tenure in public office. But she and I so often hear that it's difficult to find and attract and recruit bilingual speakers, multicultural speakers, people that understand the unique needs of our African American community and our African community and Asian community. And I know I and all of my colleagues are just tired of hearing that. And so there will be a council session, thanks to Councilmember Navarro, who pushed for it, to specifically address this issue, this systemic issue of taking the long view in identifying mental health professionals who at all levels can really assess county residents. And so would love to hear a little bit about what your strategy would be to recruit, to think long-term, to leverage the resources that we have within the county. And the last thing I'll say before turning it over to you to answer that one question, and then I'll yield back to you, Mr. President, after Dr. Santiago responds, is I'm blessed to have a clinical licensed social worker on my team who happens to be the lead on HHS Matters and was feverishly texting me as you were speaking. And so we look forward to being a partner with you, sir, because we know that we have to collaborate on those constituent issues, on those policy challenges. And you have a council that is very, very interested and passionate about mental health issues. I've talked to every single one of my colleagues who each agrees that this has to be among our highest priorities. So lots to unpack there, more comment than question, but if you can answer that one question about recruitment and a long-term strategy to ensure that we have mental health staff that meets the needs of our diverse community.
I'll respond briefly because I think it'll become very apparent. I had the experience of working at Jubilee where over 50%, maybe even 75% of the workers in that organization were from other countries, many from African countries. And what I observed was that they brought tremendous qualifications already to their job, and they were actually underemployed. I do believe that we have many of those folk in our immigrant community who are already very well trained, and they just need the encouragement and also the facilitation in terms of getting licensure and certification. We'll need to work with the state. We'll need to work with certification agencies, organizations to remove barriers or provide the support that they need. And I do think we already have a capable workforce. We just need to provide incentives and provide the opportunities for them to overcome the obstacles and then just bring them in to our work.
Thank you, Dr. Santiago. I could ask more questions, but because it's so late in the day, Mr. President, I will yield back to you. Thank you so much. Look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Dr. Santiago, it's a pleasure to listen to you answer these questions. And it's a breath of fresh air, to be honest. One of the things that I did want to follow up on, because that was my main question that Councilmember Albornoz just asked, but it's because it's so front and center, and it's because it's been really always the question every single time we've had HHS committee meetings. I used to serve on the HHS committee. I've been on the council since 2009. And this has always come up. So it is absolutely a very important issue. And I would say that at the time when this was coming up, we did have, of course, a growing immigrant community, a growing Spanish-speaking community. Now with COVID-19, it's just become so apparent that this is such an important challenge. I launched a Latino Civic Project from my office in 2011. And in our last check-in with this group, in the middle of the meeting, of the Zoom meeting, one of the founding leaders just broke down, just broke down. And it was sort of a cascade where we were all in tears because I think everybody is trying so hard to put in the best foot forward right now and, address our obligations, except that there is this very heavy toll that is taking on everyone. And I don't have to tell you that, of course, in our immigrant communities, there's an additional barrier, and also in our communities of color, let's just be frank, when it comes to the stigma of mental health issues and accessing those services. And so I am just thrilled with your selection. I want to caution that I think when it comes to, leaders of color, we tend to have this additional layer of responsibility. We have to be really good at serving everyone, but also very well versed in the issues that affect particular communities because they are disproportionately affected by all of these disparities. And so what my colleague said, we're here to support you. We are partners in all of this. But Councilmember Albornoz is right. This is going to be a very, very difficult process to get to all the corners and to get to all these communities. But since it's late in the day, what I will say is that I really look forward to learning more about your Bienvenido curriculum. I hope that during the joint session that we're going to have, I hope we can pinpoint some specific strategies in partnership with our, with Montgomery College, with universities at Shady Grove. We have a Welcome Back Center. So I know we have assets, but we just need to kind of like strategically develop them so we can get to that point of having a nice pipeline of mental health professionals at every level that are linguistic, but also culturally proficient. Because it's just, I don't have words to describe how vast this problem is right now, more than ever. So anyway, again, I know that the time is late, but I'm just very relieved that you have been nominated for this task. Dr. Kroll did a great job in introducing you, and I really look forward to the shared work so that we can hopefully begin to address this very dire need right now that, as Councilmember Albornoz said, it's the youth, our seniors, our immigrant communities. It's everyone. It's everyone really at this moment. So thank you. And again, look forward to the partnership and to the shared work.
Thank you, Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you. Councilmember Rice.
Mr. Santiago, I'm going to be brief and just say amen to everything that my colleague said. We had a great conversation in which we talked very intently about our children and the challenges that our children are facing when it comes to mental health. And so I really appreciate your perspective. I also appreciate your expertise when it comes to that area and some of the ideas that you put forth during the meeting together. And I look forward to working with you and Dr. Kroll to bring many of those things to fruition after your confirmation. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Rice.
Thank you. Council Vice President Hucker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Santiago, thank you so much. I really appreciated our meeting a couple weeks ago, and I'm really glad to have the opportunity to follow up today. I really appreciate your emphasis on the importance of community outreach and engagement of all our communities and of the language challenges we face, and love what you said about serving as an ambassador to help them understand the services that are available to them. Thanks for mentioning our collective unanimous commitment to expanding our mobile crisis units. And I was about to ask you about that, but you gave this great three-part answer about the challenges that we were facing. What do you anticipate as you mentioned working with different agencies? Which agencies do you feel like you'll have to work with the most closely to actually accomplish that task and your other priorities?
And you're speaking with respect to the Crisis Now model?
And whatever model we might adopt. Yeah, I don't think we've decided on that yet.
Yeah.
But yes, please.
Well, crisis services is so vast that we'll have to work, as I tried to mention in my remarks, with a nonprofit in the private sector, in health, and those that are already delivering services. But with respect to like the air traffic control model for the that one is going to be really a big challenge, in the sense that you need big data, but in order to get big data, you got to go to all of the entities that are doing great work that we want to connect them to the individual in crisis, not just for the immediate needs, but for the long-term needs. So getting the data itself in a regional way, that's going to be huge. So we better have a really thoughtful contract or series of contracts to get us there with respect to that. We may have to talk to regional governments with respect to that kind of partnership as well, or what others are doing and so on. With respect to the stabilization units, I think the hospitals could help, but maybe some non-hospital groups also. I mean, that's a whole idea that you should be able to stabilize a person in a comfortable non-hospital kind of environment.
Right. Thank you. One last question and then a comment. As you know, there's a lot of overlap between behavioral health and incarceration, particularly for juveniles. What are some early intervention or diversion practices that you've seen to be effective? What are you most interested in implementing here, and how would you work with DOCR and juvenile services to coordinate the care and the treatment and rehabilitation in Montgomery County?
Yeah, from my experience over many years that I had some years ago in the state of New York, I know that to address recidivism in particular, really strong support for educational programs for inmates is really, especially our youth, is important. So I was involved in that, and I saw the results, and I believe in it, even though sometimes you get pushback about providing resources. But that's a very critical role, and I know that's not behavioral health, but it's education, and it's getting them to jobs that you were talking about just a little earlier ago. All of that is connected to people's behavioral health and their ability to manage their anxiety and their ability to live and thrive in this and safely in this county.
And juvenile diversion programs, do you have much familiarity with those at all?
Yeah, when I was at SAMHSA, we partnered with the Department of Justice on programs between SAMHSA, which would be behavioral health, and also OJJDP. And the whole idea was to keep youth out of the jail system. And in our systems of care, we showed data that once we put children with serious emotional disorders into a system of care where their services are coordinated across different agencies, they will do well, they will thrive. And so I'm looking forward to working with both the jail system, prison system, and our behavioral health, and try to keep the kids out of those settings.
Good. Yes, I think we're all for that.
It'll cost us less also.
No question. We have lots of ideas to how to repurpose the savings. Thank you. And finally, I just wanted to laud you for what you said about the vast numbers of talented Montgomery County residents who are underemployed and underutilized professionally. You mentioned African immigrants. I've met one individual in particular, many, but one individual that sticks out to me, who was a federal judge in Ethiopia working as a parking attendant in a garage in Montgomery County now. And those issues are multi-layered and thorny, and I would love to work with you on some of the licensing reciprocity issues that are often governed at the Maryland Department of Labor. We'll need some help from our state delegation, but I would really love to work with you on that issue. I think there's a lot of promise to be had from just making our very talented Montgomery County workforce access the jobs that are really out there for them. If we could eliminate some of the barriers that government and various governments outside our county put in place.
Yeah, thank you, Council Member Vice President Hucker.
Thank you so much, Dr. Santiago. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember Glass.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Dr. Santiago. As we discussed, my work here on the council as the lead on homelessness in vulnerable communities, I'm really proud of what the county has done to be able to house many of our most vulnerable. And, we follow a housing first model, but we all know that we need to be mindful of integrating strong mental health into that model. And the mental health for individuals who are experiencing homelessness, but then also for staff and for others who are our most vulnerable as well. And I think that situation has really only been exacerbated because of the multiple crises that we are facing today. And I simply look forward to working with you to make that a priority, and know that you can always count on me and my team here in the council to be true partners with you to provide mental health support for as many people who need it here in Montgomery County. So thank you, and I yield back, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Santiago, it's good to see you. Thanks for your words today. I will also be brief. I enjoyed our conversation a few weeks ago and appreciate not only the conversation, but the preparation that you brought to the meeting, which doesn't always happen, and had specific questions. As you stated earlier, it wasn't just me interviewing you, you were interviewing me as well. So I really, that speaks highly of you, sir. Two points. You've got a big job and you've got big shoes to fill, and Dr. Crow, as I know you know, and you're up to the task, but we are at a point in time where behavioral and mental health, long neglected, is finally getting some of the attention, rightly so, that it deserves in so many areas, right? It's not a day goes by on this council whether we're talking about the needs of our students in the school system and dealing with the rigors of virtual learning and absence and isolation, or it's our most vulnerable residents, right? Who some of which were just mentioned, whether they be our homeless residents, our incarcerated or formerly incarcerated residents, or if you're just an average person today who turns on the news, right? The needs for mental and behavioral health are huge. And so I wanted to give you an opportunity and then ask you one specific question. I feel like we're at a blue sky moment where we need to totally reimagine many of our systems. And if you had to mention one or two, high level things that, as a goal, based on where we are right now for behavioral and mental health, and what do you think is something that, even if it would take some years, or it's a big goal, that we need to do to fundamentally change the way we approach budget for or change our systems in a way that would benefit the residents of Montgomery County?
Thank you for the question. As I mentioned during my responses, I do believe that if we invest in promotion and prevention, messaging on resilience and well-being, on substance use issues, that we will be covering, from a public health perspective, the lives of a lot of people. I'm not sure that our dollars are invested right now in that area. So in terms of a long-term thinking, No doubt we need to continue with treatment, but we all know that those are very, very expensive. Can we at least invest some in promotion and prevention to unload some of the burden that we have in treatment? I do believe that's a laudable goal long term, and that probably will be a guiding light for me.
I appreciate that, and I look forward to digging into that specifically. I think that will change how we budget, and that's a really good point. And it's related to my second brief question around the criminal justice system. Obviously, we talked a lot about this, and I've been very involved in reimagining our public safety and policing systems in particular. And Councilmember Hucker alluded to this, and I'm so glad to hear you're in support of the CIT, the crisis intervention expansion, which is a critical component of our work. But, I think people forget that, our jails and our prisons have become mental health holding facilities. And, the Bureau of Justice Statistics, for example, just last year reported that only a third of inmates with mental illness receive treatment. And the ones that do, they often receive substandard care. And so could you talk about, obviously we want to prevent people that have mental health, and that's what the CIT teams and other things are about in our juvenile work. We want to divert. But when you do have that population, which is extremely vulnerable, that needs the quality services and treatment, could you talk about your experience and work or any ideas you have in making sure that our citizens who are incarcerated, if they do end up there, get the treatment and the rehabilitation that they need?
Yes, I think to answer directly your question, I think that it will require a conversation of partnership between behavioral health and the incarceration system. And in terms of how we could support, how behavioral health and crisis services can support those who are in. But the second part of it is once we get them out, many of whom, as you mentioned, are youth, what do? And I saw some answers already in the previous discussion that you were having, providing them jobs in construction, getting them out into doing productive work. And that's just one example of what needs to be done. I mentioned education. That to me is a very, very critical one that can be done already while they are incarcerated, but should continue afterwards. Perhaps as we were talking with, as Councilmember Navarro was mentioning, working with the community college on some solutions there.
Well, I look forward with you more on all those issues and convening some conversations, and I intend to vote for you and glad that you're on board, and look forward to all the skill set that you bring. So thank you and congratulations in advance.
Thank you, Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you, Councilmember Friedson.
I'll be extremely brief. This is a long conversation and a long meeting, and I've heard from at least a few colleagues of some dad duties starting at 5:30, and we've got a couple items left, so I won't belabor it. I just wanted to say, first of all, really did appreciate the conversation we were able to have where I think you shared with me your background and what you're looking to do, and just note the tremendous weight that you are taking on in this role at this moment, in this county at this time. And I know you don't take that lightly. We don't take that lightly. I know Dr. Kroll in putting his faith in you and our county's faith in you to take on this critical work is not being taken lightly, and look forward to more time at a later date to ask more questions and to continue this conversation. I know that you will be a regular person in front of this council, and you'll be regularly communicating with each of us, because the work that you are taking on is something that all 9 of us care deeply about because of how important it is to our residents. So thank you for taking on this role. I look forward to supporting you, and I look forward to being able to work together on the issues that you're now responsible for, about to be.
Thank you, Councilmember Friedson.
Thank you. And Dr. Santiago, I too look forward to voting for you. I enjoyed meeting you. It's been mentioned a couple of times that Dr. Krause, the size of Dr. Krause's shoes that you're filling, and I don't know, I was going to say something at your feet, Raymond, but I've decided I shouldn't be going there. But Raymond, just as a note, Raymond and I are, thank goodness, personal friends, and very proud of that. But you really are you're following someone who truly has made a great mark on Montgomery County and has helped a considerable number of people. And I just wanted to mention that my office and Councilmember Albernaz mentioned his office. I did want to mention I have a licensed master's social worker and a person who just received their master's in social work working for my office as well. So we stand, all of us, every council member, every one of us stand ready to work with you in every way we can, and Dr. Krause, though I like teasing him a whole lot more, that we stand ready to work with you in any way we can. Montgomery County has a lot of needs. We're very, very fortunate, but we have a lot of needs, and we all need to work together to satisfy those needs. So thank you very much. And thank you. You will be hearing from us, as I say, I think it's next week. I think it is next week that we actually vote on your nomination. And I don't normally predict how things will turn out, but I don't believe you have to lose any sleep during this week over this issue. I think you're going to be just fine. So thank you very much. We're most impressed. All right, so now we have another interview. So now we are at another crossroads. Councilmember Albernaz said that he now has a hard stop about 5:45. However, I did promise that we were going to try to get these nominating committees finished, the interviews finished. So the question is, should we do the interviews now and then do the bill, or should we say that we're going to do the interviews and not do the bill? Where are my colleagues on this? And did anybody else have a hard stop at 5:30? You did. Tom did. So
sorry, my wife's birthday, so I'm already.
Oh, okay. I don't want all the social workers that we have.
Fair enough. I don't want her to be mad. I don't want her to be mad at you. It's a big one.
Yeah. No. We're not going to go there. We're not going to go there. So, all right. If it's all right with you, Councilmember Navarro, we're going to postpone the bill 3120 public campaign financing and do that next week. If it's not, please tell me. But I think that we've had these other people wait for these interviews, and I feel badly about that as well. So, is that okay?
I can go. It's your prerogative, Council President. I think that it's problematic if we don't have council members present because we have to take votes.
Right.
So, I mean, if we're able to, I think the bill is pretty straightforward. I think the one issue, there was one outstanding issue that I think we are fine with. So it's a very straightforward bill. I think if we have time, we can try it. It's your prerogative, but I just think we have to make sure that council members are present to vote.
Right. So let's do the nominating committee interviews, see how we go. But my guess is we're going to be real tight on this time frame. Maybe I'm wrong. I've certainly been that before. Okay. So thank you very much. Are Dr. Cherise Hunter and Ms. Aletha Lloyd White still with us? I see Ms. White, and yes, I see Dr. Hunter, please. If you could please let them join our meeting. And you're both here. Very good. Well, first off, thank you all very, very much for being here today. Thank you for your waiting, your perseverance in waiting with us today. It's always a tough prediction. We only have 6 questions for both. For both of you. I'll ask the first question, and then the same question will go to the other person, and then the person that answered the second question first, the first question second, will answer the second question first. So we'll go back and forth. And as we start, we're going to ask the chair of the Education and Culture Committee, Mr. Craig Rice, if he has any opening statements.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm just excited, as always, to continue to see great leaders in our community. who are stepping up to lead one of the best, if not the best, community college in this nation, Montgomery College. And so I really want to thank both of you for your willingness to serve in this role. I've talked to the chair and really feel as though you guys are both great applicants, and so look forward to the interview process. So I'll dispense with that, Mr. President, and send it right back to you.
Thank you very much. The first question will go to Dr. Sharice Hunter, and the question is, what is your background? What in your background qualifies you to serve as a member of the nominating committee for the Montgomery College Board of Trustees?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for sticking with the agenda item, first of all, and thank you for having us. So yes, I am a former secondary special education teacher who actually focused on transition. I worked with students and families as they move towards their post-secondary goals, including, of course, at the community college. So I not only have a basic understanding of, the function and role of the college, but also, care and believe in their function and role. I've worked in the past as a senior research analyst for the U.S. Department of Labor, and I've been able to oversee major evaluations of the effectiveness of community colleges. So I think I would be able to also examine applicants for their understanding of what it would mean to be effective in their role in this type of governing body. And finally, in my current role, I work with a lot of policy development committees. I oversee their work, and those committees report, their outcomes are reported to decision-making bodies, and I'm able to understand those processes of the bodies and also the committees themselves. And I think in total, those will support my role for this committee.
Thank you. And Ms. Aletha Lloyd-White, same question, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to interview for this position. As it pertains to the duties of this role specifically, I have experience leading recruitment efforts of senior organizational leaders, including more recently the board of directors for the Women in Public Service Project, which was an initiative started by the State Department and the seven sister colleges. But more broadly, for the past 10 years, I've worked directly with diverse stakeholders, including governments, academic institutions, private sector, community-based organizations, to achieve social impact across economic development and education initiatives, both in the U.S. and in emerging economies, mostly on behalf of the Department of State, USAID, and other donors. My educational background is in political economy, as well as data science. And throughout my career, I've leveraged and applied, this knowledge to advance youth economic opportunities, workforce development programs, and also to create market linkages, because I recognize that sound investment in youth and their livelihoods builds our shared future. And one of the main ways that I've done this within my career is by facilitating inclusive processes, that help stakeholder ecosystems become more effective, sustainable, and deliver results for the people they aim to serve. And I believe that these transferable skills that I have will enable me to effectively execute this role as a connector and convener, as a member of the nominating committee, while ensuring that, individual efforts are aligned and communication channels are open, and that we ultimately identify leaders, who will strengthen the Montgomery County community through visionary thinking, expanding learning opportunities and outcomes for students, increasing accountability, and promoting an ongoing culture of justice and inclusion.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lloyd-White, you're going to be asked this question first. Why do you want to become a member of the nominating committee?
Sure. Well, I come from a family of educators and public servants who emigrated to the U.S. from Liberia as a result of the Civil War. And the values of education and public service that they've instilled in me has guided my career path and my quest to narrow achievement and opportunity gaps for underserved communities. And while working in international development, especially in more recent years, it's made me deeply aware of the uncertain future that we face, especially in the context of the changing nature of work, rapid technological advancements, and gaping inequalities. So, I mean, the situation is especially acute for young people in marginalized communities, struggling to find their way through the shifting political, economic, and cultural landscape. I currently mentor university students in the DC area, and I hear these sentiments echoed way too often. And having graduated during the Great Recession myself, I know firsthand the type of challenges that they'll need to navigate. So serving as a member of this nominating committee will give me the opportunity to be more involved in addressing these issues at the local level by ensuring that we put agile leaders in place who will employ evidence-based approaches to respond to the needs, not only of the Montgomery College constituency, but also, the larger community.
Very good, thank you. And Dr. Hunter, same question.
Yes, thank you. So I've been, I had an increased desire to give back, as a busy professional, and I work, in these, in this area professionally. I haven't taken as much opportunity as I would like to be involved in this way. And I want my children to be engaged civically. So when I saw this opportunity, I thought it melted well with my experience and my interests. I've had many conversations with families as they, again, my background has focused primarily on students with disabilities. And unfortunately, they are not always connected well to the community college, and the community college offers so much from the dual enrollment opportunities to opportunities and outreach to those who immigrate from other nations and from other states, changing people who are older and changing careers. So it's a beacon of hope, almost in my eyes, what the community college can offer. And I wanted to be able to utilize my skill set in a way to make sure that those who are making decisions around this beacon of hope are skilled and well prepared to connect with all members of our county.
Very good, thank you. Dr. Hunter, this question, you'll answer this question first, please. Tell us about a time where you have helped to achieve consensus among groups or individuals with differing points of view.
Well, that's multiple times. Again, I currently manage educational policy development in another county. In that county, we utilize committee as a way of creating our policy proposals. And so in those committees, as they running simultaneously, we have addressed various issues, including most recently passing educational equity policy, policies for supporting students and families from other nations, data privacy, and a range of issues, sexual misconduct. And so I found that having consistent conversations, consistent outreach to our stakeholders, whether it be parents, whether it be just others who are community activists, whether it be people who are not in these well-formulated community groups. And that coupled with data, so looking at whatever data is available, analyzing that and providing those back to these committees, and then generally kind of setting expectations initially where we're going to work in a mind frame of civility has always helped support those decisions and those consensus building decisions.
Thank you. And Ms. Lloyd-White, same question.
Sure. Just recently, I was working with a cross-section of staff to design a digital literacy service that would help youth and women entrepreneurs transition their businesses online and mitigate disruptions caused by COVID-19. And being that the staff members involved worked across 3 different regions, Middle East, North Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, and Southeast Asia, there were differing views around, the elements that should be included in the digital literacy service. So I just took us through, a simple exercise to build consensus amongst the group. We first wrote out the issue just to ensure that the solutions that we were proposing were grounded in the issue and actually address the problem. And then we took about 10 minutes just to write out, all of our ideas we had to address the digital literacy needs, which you can imagine produced a lengthy list. So in order to reduce this list, we had everybody vote on their top 3 choices. But before the vote, we determined the criteria for evaluating, the proposed solutions and made sure that, and the criteria was to make sure that it actually addressed the core issue and what was the level of visibility around the solutions and what was the potential for scale. So after voting, we discussed all the outcomes and made sure that everybody was heard in the process. And as a group decided to prioritize a set of ideas that received the most votes.
Thank you. And the first question will be yours. The Racial Equity and Social Justice Bill, excuse me, became effective on March 2nd, 2020. And on June 16th, 2020, the council passed a resolution declaring racism a public health crisis. How would you position the committee to work on racial equity and social justice issues?
Evidence shows that identity-based inequities are obstacles to development at all levels of society. I see this in the work that I do pretty much every day across the world. Achieving social justice is a matter of fairness and dignity that not only is essential to ensuring the continued economic vitality of Montgomery County, but also in taking actionable steps to fulfill international commitments of sustainable development and universal human rights, as envisioned in the UN 2030 Agenda, for example. The Racial Equity and Social Justice Bill provides an opportunity for Montgomery County to serve as a model for what positive change can and should look like. And positioning the committee to contribute or meaningfully contribute to this work requires a systematic people-centered approach, using resources like the Community Engagement Toolkit, to develop individual, organizational, and community awareness around issues, to contextualize who's impacted, how, and why, to identify opportunities for change by working with relevant stakeholders to put recommendations into practice, and most importantly, to monitor and evaluate solutions for learning and impact.
Thank you. Dr. Hunter, same question.
Yes, so I think that we're at a time where we want to make sure we're moving beyond just words and just, giving a nod to something. So I think that in positioning this committee, we would first want to, come forward and establish the value set that we are all going to say that we are on board with and meaningfully and commit to that value set. I think that we might want to, read the bill. I think that's a good starting point just to put us all in the same context. And also looking at words, because words really matter, especially definitions. And I don't know, we can't make assumptions about everyone's understanding and knowledge base. So I would recommend that we kind of look at that bill, look at our definitions, look at what we believe, what we want to, how we were defining some of these important terms, such as racial equity and anti-bias and so forth. And I also think that working amidst the framework, so when we're looking at applicants, we have something to help our decision points and understanding that I would hope that you'd look at the applicants and actually look for ways in which we have seen their work in equity and where perhaps they could work, work more.
Thank you.
Mhm.
The next question will be yours. Will you be able to make the time commitment the committee requires?
Yes, sir. As the saying goes, busy people get things done.
Yes. And Ms. Lloyd White, same question.
And my answer is also yes.
Yes. Somehow I'm not shocked by either one of those answers. Not shocked. And Ms. Lloyd White, are there any potential conflicts of interest of which we should be aware?
No, there are no potential conflict of interest.
And Dr. Hunter?
No conflicts of interest.
Very good. That's all of the formal questions that I have. I see no other questions from my colleagues at this moment. That's one of the advantages for having a meeting drag on longer than it should. You know, we don't always follow through with every question based on that. However, Councilmember Rice would like to say a few words.
Well, I just want to thank both of you. You both are incredibly qualified and had great answers today. We'll certainly take all of those answers into consideration. I speak for my colleagues, and again, our appreciation for your stepping up and certainly being willing to serve in this role. We know the great work that our Board of Trustees does in guiding Montgomery College, and so from that perspective, having the right people to continue to move us in an innovative direction that continues to not only deliver to the students of Montgomery College, but also to Montgomery County and the state is really important. And so your role is going to be one that is certainly shaping in terms of what the future of Montgomery College and what it can do for its students will have. And so we really appreciate, again, your willingness to step up and serve in this role.
And let me just echo that and sincerely thank you for applying, and we truly enjoyed meeting both of you today. So I believe this will be either on it'll be on an upcoming agenda. I don't know if it's on next week's or shortly thereafter, but thank you very, very much, and we enjoyed meeting you. Thank you. And thank you. And with that, we're going to go back to 8D, which is Bill 3120, Public Campaign Financing Amendments. We're at 521, so I don't know, we're on that cusp of whether it would work or not to try to get through this bill. Councilmember Hucker has to leave at 5:30, so I don't know how that would.
I'm okay, Mr. President. I don't have to pick up the kids, so.
All right, well then.
Good if we want to take this up.
Well, let's.
I don't want to speak for Councilmember Albornoz. He's got a concern.
I'm good. I've got until 5:45. I think we can.
All right. Well, let's go.
Okay, let's do it. Councilmember Navarro, if you would like to please lead this off.
Sure. So, as promised, after last election, the council held a public forum on the Public Campaign Finance Program on March 26, 2019, and then I, as council president, sent a survey to participants in the program, to non-participants in the program, community groups and organizations such as Common Cause, seeking input as to their experiences and observations during the inaugural cycle. And we received a really valuable feedback. So I want to thank everybody for that feedback. Bill 31-20 is the result of the Government Operations and Fiscal Policy Committee work sessions in which we examined the feedback and adopted a number of amendments reflecting that feedback. So basically, this bill amends the current public campaign finance law. We did meet on October 24th and December 9th of 2019, and then again on July 10th, 2020. We introduced the bill on July 21st as government operations. It just went straight to the council. And then we also had a public hearing on September 15th. So this is the summary of the committee of the recommendations contained in the bill. Provide for a 10-day period after a candidate submits for qualification where a candidate can cure or supplement their initial submission. Expand the reimbursement deadline to 30 days after the election and make clear the contributions that are submitted up to and including election day are matchable. Unanimously recommend amending the public finance law to increase the maximum contribution limit to $250 per election cycle. The majority of the committee, Councilmember Feetson dissenting, recommended amending the law to provide for a match to the maximum. Clarify that in-kind donations cannot be counted toward the initial qualifying contribution requirements. This was a 2-to-1 vote. Councilmember Katz dissented. Increase the closeout period to 90 days post-election and allow carryover funds with the following criteria. Limit the funds to $5,000. Candidates must sign a new declaration of intent to participate in the program for the next election cycle of January 31st following the election, and keep the same committee open. We also heard that a majority of council members supported a special account for recount situations, which does require state legislation, and therefore this recommendation is not reflected in the draft bill. The council staff is going to work with our Office of Intergovernmental Relations to implement the recommendation. Also, it includes providing more severe penalties for campaigns that intentionally undermine the program's requirements and intent. Also clarifies that a campaign that fails to qualify for the program converts to a traditional campaign. It also expands the duties of the committee to recommend funding for the Public Election Fund to include public education and engagement, increase the number of committee members, and add language to ensure that the committee reflects the diversity of the county. And this is something that that particular committee really wanted, and we think we thought it would be a really great way of doing this. I want to thank all my colleagues for their input during the process of refining the bill, as well as for everyone who testified, wrote in, and answered the survey we sent out, because without all your voices, the bill would look a lot less complete. That being said, I would like to officially move this bill, which does reflect the GO's government operations work, plus 3 amendments. One amendment is to require the county executive to designate someone as a liaison for the public campaign financing program. It was clear that there needs to be one person that everybody can connect with and direct their questions to, like with any public program. Number 2, and this is something that is sort of new, but I would like to move that given the uncertainty and the unprecedented fiscal impact of this pandemic, that what Councilmember Feetson wanted, which was to, yes, increase from $150 to $250, but not matching the extra $100. After reflecting on this, given, again, the situation that we are facing, I would like to move that amendment that didn't make it during our work sessions. And then thirdly, there are some technical adjustments as well contained in there in the packet. I want to thank Ms. Amanda Hill, who has done extraordinary work in tracking all of the moving pieces and incorporating everybody's feedback. But with that, that is my motion. And of course, Ms. Myhill is also available in case I missed something or to clarify anything in particular. And that's it, Mr. President.
And I'm looking for a second. Councilmember Glass, did you want to second that?
Sure, since it included the amendment I sent around to all the offices earlier today. So that sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, I did receive that language right around too, but it's great because both Councilmember Feetson and Councilmember Glass were on the same page. I'll be honest, I had actually incorporated this before seeing Councilmember Glass' amendment, but I am thrilled because it means that at least 3 of us would like to move this forward.
Thank you. And Councilmember Glass, you were the first speaker, please.
Oh, well,
let me just interrupt for 1 second. Ms. Myhill, is Ms. Myhill on the call?
I am.
Yes, you are. Now I see you. Did you have anything to add before Councilmember Glass speaks?
I do not. Councilmember Navarro had an excellent summary. The only thing I will also add is that Mr. Crow from Finance is on the call as well.
Thank you.
Let me also take a moment of personal privilege and thank Mr. Crow because he did extraordinary work during this program. And again, Ms. Myhill, who as of today was drafting that last bit of the amendment as well. And I really do appreciate being able to keep all this together. So thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Glass, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the GO chair for shepherding this. I think the process in which it went forward was a good deliberative one, where soliciting input from everybody who participated in it from other stakeholders, and then using that to inform a path forward. And as you recall, I attended one or two of those sessions as someone who, before joining the council, was supportive of this as a good government measure. And so, we need to continue encouraging people to participate in our democracy, especially those who are not wealthy, who are not big donors, who are not millionaires or billionaires, but want to get engaged. And some of the most meaningful aspects of the 2018 campaign for me was when supporters gave me $5 because that's all they could provide. And I knew how much that meant to them. And recognizing that there were some things to work out and technical changes, I'm glad that those have been fixed. But with regard to the one amendment, with regard to the amendment about increasing the matching from beyond $150 to $250, I appreciate the recognition that these are uncertain times, economically speaking. But for me, moving forward with the amendment to not have a match for donations above $150, quite frankly, wasn't about county economics. It was about making sure the intention of this bill remains solid, and that is to empower low dollar donors. And the minute we start increasing the matches for campaign funds beyond the original 150, I think we begin to lose sight of the small dollar donors that we're trying to bring into the system and bring into our democracy. So we can look at it from multiple different ways, but we've all come to the same conclusion. And so again, I thank the committee chair and for incorporating that amendment and for her leadership throughout this entire process, and look forward to supporting the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, as do I. I do think we should mention, I guess it's Ms. Myhill needs to be looking into this, but the whole idea about the informal slate, that issue, we need to discuss it, but it's not allowed, right? Wouldn't that be by regulation?
Slates are already prohibited in the law, and I've already spoken with Mr. Crow, and we think that when we do further regulations, we will make even the informal slates, will address that in the regulations.
Okay. And I also am in favor with the amendments. But I also have to tell you, as somebody that used public financing, and at times public financing could be a little bit more difficult than regular financing because you had to make that many more phone calls, but there was plenty of people who did give you the small dollars. I mean, it was a lot of money to them, and it was a lot of money to me because of that, and it meant a lot to me. But there were plenty of people that gave you $50 rather than, and there was people that wanted to give you more than 150. So I think it's a good spot that we could do the 150. Someone could give the additional 100, but you wouldn't get the match. Councilmember Albornoz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I referenced needing a comfortable chair before, and Mr. Crow, I'm going to follow up and find out where you got yours, because that looks like a comfortable chair. I want to really thank Councilmember Navarro for her leadership. This spawned a lot of very healthy and productive and useful discussion, both during the public sessions and then in committee, which our office was tracking closely. And everything that was said, I think, needed to be said and then some. So we covered a lot of the bases here. One base that we can't control, is the State Board of Elections did an outstanding job given the influx of candidates. And so did our local Board of Elections too. But there were just two people at the State Board of Elections who were in a position to respond to a lot of the questions that we were bombarding that team with, and the technology around it, which, they did their best under the circumstances. But I do think moving forward from a staffing perspective and staff support perspective, it's something we should talk to our colleagues in the delegation about, because it is so critical. And Jared did an amazing job given the circumstances, and was very patient in responding to a lot of questions. But if we have anything close to what we had in the last election cycle, think increasing that capacity will be very important. I do very much support the amendments. They all make sense to me on a number of different levels. And let's face it, public finance was a game changer. And I give a tremendous amount of credit to the previous council for, I know at the time, getting criticized from every direction, too much, not enough. But it was a real showing of leadership by the previous council that benefited Montgomery County residents in perpetuity, and frankly is a model that the rest of the country should follow at all levels, federal, state, and local. So thank you very much to the committee, and I look forward to supporting this bill.
Thank you. Councilmember Friedson.
Yeah, I will just be very brief and take yes for an answer and not snatch conflict from the jaws of consensus here. I think we are arriving at the right place. I think there was a ton of deliberation on a lot of aspects of this bill. That one particular item was just one of many things that we did. It's a modest, but I think very important change, particularly at this moment, although Councilmember Glass's points are also well noted and I think were discussed as well during the committee. I also wanted to thank the council president and the committee chair, my colleagues on the Government Operations and Fiscal Policy Committee, and as chair, Councilmember Navarro for leading this discussion, and not just Ms. Myhill and the staff who did a tremendous work at the council level, but Mr. Demarinis at the state level who actively participated in the conversations. It really was and is and must be a state and county partnership. And I think this was one example where we worked through this issue with state and county participation and discussion, executive and legislative, conversation, collaboration, and discussion. I think ultimately are arriving at a very good place. So I just wanted to note that, appreciating our state partners. We can't thank enough those in the Board of Elections, the staff at the state level and the county level at this moment with all of the challenges on their plate. And so I thought it was important to note their support and collaboration and thoughtful deliberation as part of this bill. Thank colleagues on this as well. And I will note the chair. I am jealous of that chair as well, and I will have to take a better look at that moving forward as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Reamer. Did you want to, Ms. Craig, did you want to tell anybody about where you got your chair? I mean, it's the most important thing I think we've heard about all day. But anyhow, Councilmember Reamer, please.
Well, actually, I'd like an answer to that question.
I actually got it on Amazon. It's my 3rd edition, so I've graduated to a gaming chair. But I can send the link to.
Oh, we know.
Please, a gaming chair. I don't know that speaks well for the election, but anyhow, Councilmember Reamer, please.
I knew David Crow was a really smart guy during the election cycle when I had to interact with him on public finance, but now his genius is fizzled to the rest of the world.
Yeah, there you go.
I just wanted to say very briefly what a privilege it was to be able to run for office under the public finance system. It was just amazing to be able to ask people for donations that were, reasonable and not asking people for more money than I felt comfortable asking for. It was just such a privilege. And I'm so grateful to Montgomery County for giving me the chance to run for office as a public finance candidate. It was one of the best experiences of my life. So thank you.
Thank you. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention my predecessor on the 3rd District, Phil Andrews, who truly was the champion. I see everybody shaking their head. He truly was the champion. And as I said earlier, regular financing could have been easier. There's no way in the world that I could have run for office to following Phil Andrews and not do public financing. There's just no way in this world. And I'm very glad that I did do it that way. And with that, I see no other speakers from the council. Councilmember Navarro.
Right before we vote, I would like to just request for Ms. Myhill to draft a letter from us as the session, the state legislative session will begin, at some point, but so that we can be on record requiring more resources, both for state Board of Elections, as well as for resources to improve the software, the program itself. Let's remember, we were the first ones, but there are other counties that have launched or are about to launch this program. And so it will benefit not just us, but those other counties who have emulated our work. So I would like to just formally make sure that we do that as a companion to this particular vote.
Very good. Thank you. It's been moved by Councilmember Navarro, seconded by Councilmember Glass. All those in favor? Oh, no, this is a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Mr. Glass.
Yes.
Mr. Glass votes yes. Mr. Jawando?
Yes.
Mr. Jawando votes yes. Mr. Reamer?
Yes.
Mr. Reamer votes yes. Ms. Navarro?
Yes.
Ms. Navarro votes yes. Mr. Albornoz?
Yes.
Mr. Albornoz votes yes. Mr. Rice?
Yes.
Mr. Rice votes yes. Mr. Friedson?
Yes.
Mr. Friedson votes yes. Mr. Hucker? Mr. Hucker votes yes.
Sorry. Yes.
Mr. Katz?
Yes. So that carries unanimously as well. Thank you all very, very much. Mr. Vice President Hucker, please tell your wife that we got you out by 5:45. I mean, hey, and the same for you, Councilmember Albornoz. We managed to do it, surprisingly so, but we managed to do it. Thank you all very much. We are adjourned.